Ethics Commission. This meeting is being held by teleconference pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20 and the 12th Supplement to the Mayoral Proclamation declaring the existence of a local emergency dated February 25th, 2020. Before we proceed further, I'd like to ask Commission staff member Ronald Contreras, who is acting as our moderator today, to explain some procedures for today's remote meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The minutes of this meeting will reflect that due to the COVID-19 health emergency and to protect Commission members, city employees, and the public, the meeting rooms of City Hall are closed. However, Commission members and staff will be participating in today's meeting remotely. This precaution is taken pursuant to the various local, state, and federal orders, declarations, and directives. Commission members will attend the meeting through video conference and participate in the meeting to the same extent as if they were physically present. Please note that today's meeting is being live cablecast on SFGov TV and streamed live online at sfgovtv.org/ethicslive. Once again, streamed live online at sfgovtv.org/ethicslive. Public comment will be available on each item of this agenda. Except where noted on the agenda for public comment, each member of the public will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. Comments or opportunities to speak during the public comment period are available via phone call by calling 1-415-655-0001. Again, the phone number is 1-415-655-0001. Access code is 2490-082-4308. Again, access code is 2490-082-4308, followed by the pound sign. Then press pound again to join as an attendee. You will hear a beep when you are connected to the meeting. You will automatically be muted and in listening mode only. When your item of interest comes up, dial *3 to raise your hand and to be added to the public comment line. You will then hear, "You have raised your hand to ask a question. Please wait until the host calls on you." The line will be silent as you wait your turn to speak. Ensure that you're in a quiet location. Before you speak, mute the sound of any equipment around you, including television, radio, or computer. It is especially important that you mute your computer if you are watching via the web link to prevent feedback and echo when you speak. When the system message says, "Your line has been unmuted," this is your turn to speak. You will hear staff say, "Welcome, caller." We encourage you to state your name clearly. As soon as you begin speaking, you will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 10 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You'll hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you've changed your mind and wish to withdraw yourself from public comment line, press *3 again. You will hear the system say, "You have lowered your hand." Once your 3 minutes has expired, staff will thank you and mute you. You will hear, "Your line has been muted." Attendees who wish to speak during other public comment periods may stay on the line and listen for the next public comment opportunity and should raise their hands to enter the public comment line by pressing *3 when their next item of interest comes up. Public comment may also be submitted in writing and will be shared with the Commission after this meeting has concluded and will be included as part of the official meeting file. Written comments should be sent to ethics.commission@sfgov.org. Once again, written comments should be sent to ethics.commission@sfgov.org. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And with that, I call agenda item number 1, which is roll call, please.
Commissioners, please unmute your microphone so that you can verbally state your presence at today's meeting after your name is called. Commissioner Bush.
Present.
Commissioner Chu.
Present.
Commissioner Finlove.
Present.
Chair Lee.
Present.
Commissioner Romano.
Here.
Madam Chair, with 5 members present and accounted for, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, today we're here following our February 11th vote to hold a special public meeting to hear from members of the public on proposed amendments to strengthen the city's gift and ethics laws that we have been considering as draft ballot measure and as amended Commission regulations. We look forward to hearing more on these issues shortly. But first, as it is the case with every meeting of this Commission, we begin every meeting with the opportunity for the general public comment on matters not appearing on the meeting agenda, but that they are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission. So with that, I call agenda item number 2, which is public comment on matters not appearing on the agenda, but within the Ethics Commission subject matter jurisdiction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics Commission is now receiving public comment on agenda item 2 remotely in this meeting. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment. If you just joined this meeting early to listen to the proceedings, now is the time to get in line to speak. If you have not already, please press *3. It's important that you press *3 only once to enter the queue, as pressing it again will move you out of the public comment line and back into listening mode. Once you are in the queue and standing by, the system will prompt you when it's your turn to speak. So it's important that you call from a quiet location. Please address your comment to the Commission as a whole and not to individual members. Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. Please stand by. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on agenda item number 2, public comment on matters not appearing on the agenda, but within the Ethics Commission's subject matter jurisdiction. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. Madam Chair, we have callers in the queue. Please stand by. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now. Welcome, caller. Okay. All right. It looks like they have their hand raised, but nothing's coming out. They're unmuted. Please stand by. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Good morning, Commission. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Maria Jensen, and I am the Executive Director of Soma Arts Cultural Center, and I am calling in to voice my strong disapproval and concern about the proposed ballot measure to amend the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code. What this proposed measure underscores is a clear misunderstanding and a punitive redefining of giving and gifts. And this misunderstanding and redefining that this measure puts forth will have its greatest impact on our BIPOC communities. As we all work diligently to stitch the cultural fabric of the city together, this measure would quickly unravel those efforts. Policing and punitive measures such as this creates the exact opposite of what we all say we care about, which is community, building community, which builds commerce, which creates a healthy and vibrant community. I'm very concerned at how this plays out against our BIPOC community. It's very divisive. And in a culture where there is already a tremendous amount of whistleblowing, I'm concerned about the persons who consider themselves to be in the right to call out someone else. There are already pretty strict compliance measures in place that make sure restricted sources are properly managed, but this is taking things into an extreme dimension. And one of the things that's important to all of us, especially in the arts and culture sector, is to be able to build engagement and build community with those people who are actually funding us and who do need to come out and see the work that we're doing. For the most part, our programming for large parts of the year are for free. So there's not really anything we're standing to gain or benefit by inviting people who are doing so much work to support our work as we are supporting mostly marginalized artists in the community. There's not really any problem with us inviting people to come to events for free. I'm very concerned about the racial tone that this measure has, and it sounds pretty extreme to say this, but it really does remind me of something that's akin to slave codes, where everyone is going to be monitoring those people who are very marginalized, who are just simply trying to do their work to promote arts and culture, which is one of the things San Francisco markets and makes an exceptional amount of capital from. So this measure isn't really serving anyone's purpose. And I would think that we need to revisit exactly why it's landing on the BIPOC community, who's already marginalized and who's already economically, culturally disadvantaged. This is not an equitable measure by any means at all. And it also proves a great need for the commission to get to know the work that people in the arts and culture sector are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Please stand by. Okay, we're going to try this one again. Please stand by. Good morning, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now. Hello, caller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Sorry about that. I was on mute again. My name is Vinay Patel. I am the Executive Director of the Asian Pacific Islander Cultural Center. I am here to voice my concern over the proposed measure. I first want to thank the Commission and the staff, because I spoke last time and I was reached out by the staff and I felt that it was a really good conversation, so I'm glad that there is, engagement happening both ways regarding this. I have been devoting my life to equitable access to resources for our BIPOC community, specifically the Asian Pacific Islander community. And that could not have been done without the ability to give open dialogue with city departments and elected officials and to tell the stories of how current inequitable practices have led harm and pain to our communities over generations. And the ability to have that dialogue and build that trust has led to some positive change. That also has led to openness and community dialogue that have brought people on opposing sides and issues together. It has also led to, It has also led to many of our people in our community to be able to feel like they are a part of the larger San Francisco community. I've had the privilege of growing up in this country and speaking the English language, but I also try to build a bridge to those who are not able to speak and have that kind of experience growing up. This proposed ballot measure can have serious impact to the BIPOC, community. This could have a potential to become a barrier, not because of, I understand there's a lot of accommodation exemptions that are put in, but even having that breadth of having exemptions and having to understand all of that, is a concern for us as well. Because a lot of these individuals and organizations don't have that historical access or experience to read through and navigate a complicated, law. And that'll only drive people away from actually trying, and which can ultimately then lead to the opposite effect of creating an inequitable solution. We as BIPOC communities need to have these dialogues without having a fear of, persecution or prosecution. We also feel that if we set up a situation where, elected officials or city departments have to fill out forms for everything that they kind of do, they're going to have to start choosing between, which organization they want to be in communication with or go to an event or things like that. I urge to rethink the purpose of this measure and specifically curtail certain actions that they want to do and write the legislation to do so, and engage with the community prior to this writing of it, so we can actually have this, community process that brings a legislation together, and then move it forward. That can also lead to a lot of buy-in, whereas this one is actually leading to a lot of people feeling, concerned about, what's going to happen, what's going to go on.
Your 3 minutes has expired.
Okay. Well, I want to thank everybody, especially meeting with Michael Canning of the Ethics Commission for reaching out, and we're here to help. Thank you.
Please stand by. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Hello, I'm Amber Hasselbring, Director of Nature in the City. We're a local nonprofit that works with community and the city to restore wild nature and biodiversity and partake in climate actions for the whole city. And we find it really troublesome that the Ethics Commission is taking this on in this way, because there's just no way that applying more reasons that it makes it harder for groups to participate with the city with funding. So we receive grants from Community Challenge Grant regularly, also SF Carbon Fund, and also contracts from the city to work on various greening initiatives. And we're also a membership organization, we're a grassroots organization. So everything is built on top of each other. We're community facing. Some city officials are members of our organization. It's going to be really complicated to try and impose something like this and think about how it will all work. How we're going to have to report on these things. And so recently, with all the corruption that's gone on in the city, we have noticed that it is almost impossible to get projects to move forward. We're really struggling with getting staff to even get back to us about, we submitted a request for a reimbursement grant back in end of November, and we still haven't received those funds yet. And for a small organization like ours, it is really impossible to function. So we're really concerned that more levels of reporting will be added with this, because how could it not? How can you sort of say something will change and then that there's, no gifts will be able to be transferred between these groups, no, attendance at gatherings, our free public walks, our, supporting our members and donors and our grantors, it's going to be hard for us to say, you can come, you can't come, and them on the same side. I'm sorry, I don't feel like I'm being very eloquent, but I feel really passionate about this because our work is being severely affected. So I just don't want to see the nonprofits in our city have to pay the price of corruption at big scales. And we need to make sure that we're not trying to be punitive for those groups that are really working as hard as they can to support these vital functions in our city. So thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you, caller. Please stand by. Please stand by. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Sorry, is this for item number 3 or item number 2?
We're on item number 2.
Okay, I'll hold my comment for item number 3.
All right, thank you. Please stand by. Excuse me. Madam Chair, there are no further callers in the queue.
Thank you. The public comment for agenda item number 2 is closed. Before we proceed to agenda item number 3, I want to inform my fellow commissioners that we have a city representative who is scheduled to participate in the agenda item number 4. But due to his scheduling issues, he needs to leave by 11:45 to noon. So I intend to start agenda item number 3. But if we are still continuing on with that agenda item at 11 o'clock, I am going to continue item number 3 and proceed to call on agenda item number 4. After that is completed, then we will come back to the agenda item number 3's discussion. So thank you for your indulgence, and let us go to agenda item number 3, which is public hearing, discussion, and possible action on proposed amendments to strengthen the city's gift and ethics laws through A, potential ballot measure for the June 7, 2022 election, and B, amended commission regulations. And we have scheduled this special meeting to provide an additional focus opportunity for the commission to further engage with members of the public on these pending proposals. Under City Charter Section 15.102, the Ethics Commission may submit an ordinance directly to the voters at the next general election by a 4/5 vote of all its members. And among the proposed changes are proposals designed to, number 1, clarify and expand aspects of the city's restricted source rule, which limits gifts to city officials from those doing business with the department and those who have recently attempted to influence them. Second, strengthen the city's bribery rule. And third, expand the type and number of city officials required to complete the annual ethics training. Before we start with proceed to agenda item number 3, I want to ask my fellow commissioners if they want to make any comments before we proceed. Commissioner Romano and then Commissioner Bush.
I just wanted to respond quickly to the callers. Would be very helpful for me if you pointed to us to specific provisions, whether it's in the proposed ballot measure or the proposed regulations that you find particularly difficult or problematic for your organizations. I'm very sensitive, especially to the difficulties of small nonprofit organizations. It's certainly nothing that I would want to interfere with, but it would be very helpful if you could point us, perhaps by email, to the specific provisions that are difficult for you. So that would be helpful to me. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Bush and then Commissioner Finna.
Thank you. I just want to say that the comments from the community-based nonprofits are most welcome. We're glad to have them, and they're an important part of our consideration. I understand Commissioner Romano's position about looking for specifics, and I would add to that that the reports that came from the controller that outlined loopholes and recommended that the Ethics Commission act are an important part of the background to this. And I'm hoping that nonprofits and others have taken the opportunity to read what I think now is 8 different reports spanning 2 years, and which provide detailed examples. And certainly, any of these things can happen to anyone. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bush. Commissioner Finna.
Thank you. Yeah, I also want to thank the callers, and I hope you're sticking around because we've specifically set aside time in agenda item 3 for you to have a longer opportunity to speak with us and for us to ask you questions. Because as Commissioner Romano said, it's really helpful to know the specifics. In general, we understand the concerns about making dialogue harder, but it's hard for me in a vacuum to know what provision you're referring to. So if you're still here, I'd love it if you call back at the next public comment and we can have a back and forth. And there are some things in particular that I'm hoping folks, both from the city and from the nonprofits, will talk about. For the city folks, we're talking about the ticket exception. You can talk about anything you want in your comments, but I hope you will also address what are the kinds of events we're talking about, how much they cost, and importantly, if it's important for the city folks to attend, is there an obstacle to the city paying for the attendance? Why does it have to be a gift? That's an important question for me to understand. For the nonprofits, the city partners, I think a lot of the concern is about the expansion of the restricted source. So I'd like to understand, how do your departments or your agencies, your organizations interact with city folks? What is it that you fear that this provision will do to change that dialogue? Because nobody wants to change that dialogue. And it's not clear to me how the proposals do that. But clearly you have concerns, so I think we need to understand specifically what they are. In terms of the reporting, a couple of folks mentioned that. There are no new reporting provisions in here, as I understand it. Staff will correct me if I'm wrong. So I think it's really important that we get real specific in terms of what the concerns are. And so I hope those folks are still here because I'd love to hear more about that. And of course, you can also follow up with email or writing to get more specific. And then finally, I would just say that I hope we don't get into really technical hypotheticals for the staff to answer. I don't think it's fair to put them on the spot to make them respond in real time. But if you all have questions about how this affects certain conduct of your groups, please, you can ask staff and then they can get back to you after considering it. But probably won't be productive to have them on the fly do these quick analyses. So with that, I really look forward to hearing what everyone has to say, and I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. If there's no other comments from the commissioners, we now turn to the hearing from first from the representatives from the city departments who have provided feedbacks on the proposed ballot measure and amended regulations, whom we have invited back to share their views in greater depth, and for the commissioners to ask any further questions we may have for them about the feedback they provided. For the purpose of this discussion, we will hear comments from each meeting participant individually. Each department representative will be provided up to 7 minutes to provide their comments to the commission. Commissioners will then have the opportunity to ask questions of that participant before we move to the next representative for their comments. To ensure smooth discussion that is both thorough and efficient, I'd ask any commissioner who wishes to ask a question of the panelists speaking to raise their hand and be recognized. Please note that we are not limiting the response time by department representatives, as we want to ensure that they have the opportunity to respond fully and completely to the questions. I want to echo what my fellow commissioners have said earlier. We welcome the department representatives as well as the public's interest and input today, but it would be really helpful for us if you are going to make your comments very, very specific to the provisions, to the issues that you have specific concerns, why it would impact you or your agency. More importantly, we would love to hear your recommendations, how to make this work so that we can have a really constructive dialogue. So with that, let's move to our public comment, not public comment, but our city department representatives who are here to share their concerns. And I will turn it over to Mr. Kenny.
Yes, I believe.
Members.
Thank you, Chair. I believe we have John Calden from War Memorial on the line. Ronald, if they could be promoted to a panelist.
Okay. John Calden is now a participant.
All right, John, if you'd like to begin your 7 minutes of comment.
All right, please stand by. Okay. Your 7 minutes begins now.
Great, thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for taking the time today and for scheduling this meeting. Prior to getting into addressing the specific questions that commissioners posed, including Commissioner Finlev's and Commissioner Romano's questions right now, I'd like to encourage commissioners to read the letter that was submitted at the last public meeting, which was signed by 9 department heads requesting a racial equity analysis be conducted of the proposed measure. That hasn't been addressed in public meeting at this point, and I think it's really an important request to be honored. I think, there are obviously unintended consequences from legislation from time to time, and I think this could have some serious equity problems. I think this meeting today is a good example of that. It's being held on a Friday morning at 10 a.m. So if you're working for a nonprofit that's volunteer run and you have a day job, you can't come to this meeting. And also, Commissioner Bush pointed out that there were 8 reports issued by the Controller's Office. There were 2 additional reports issued by the Commission, and then a 200-page proposed measure language that was sent out as well, which is pretty voluminous for a nonprofit who doesn't have resources and policy resources and staff time to go through to understand exactly what's being proposed in this. So that's a pretty big request for the smaller organizations, the volunteer-run organizations, which often are working in marginalized communities with BIPOC community or the queer community. So I think this meeting itself is pretty representative of how good intent can lead to inequitable outcomes. So I would really strongly encourage you all to request a racial equity analysis be conducted by the Office of Racial Equity. To the ticket point, which I think is the big one that Commissioner Finlev raised, I'd love to address those questions because I think it can be a little confusing as to why the tickets can be necessary. For arts and culture departments specifically, you have grant making departments like grants for the arts.
Mr. Cauldron?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cauldron, do you mind reminding us which department you are representing?
Oh, sure, absolutely. I'm the managing director of the San Francisco War Memorial. So I'm one of the city's 4 arts and culture departments, which also include the Asian Arts Museum, the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco, and the San Francisco Arts Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. So with the arts and culture departments, you have the grant making departments like San Francisco Arts Commission, Grants for the Arts. These departments are charged with providing grant funding to arts and culture presenters in the city, right? And so as such, they have a responsibility to making sure that taxpayer funds are spent adequately and appropriately. In order to do that, you really do need to go see the work that's being presented. You need to see the gallery exhibits, or you need to see the performances, which requires a ticket, obviously. And then you have the arts and culture departments that are managing facilities like myself. I manage the Opera House, the Symphony Hall, and the Veterans Building, which has multiple venues in it. The arts museums obviously manage their museums. For me, which my job is to manage these buildings, which includes facilities maintenance. We also run the concessionaire program. We oversee custodial. We own all the stage equipment, or most of the stage equipment. The auditorium is ours, all of the speakers, all of those sorts of things. The only way to really see how the facility is running is to come see the facility being run, obviously. To do that in a performing arts setting, you need to have a ticket to a seat, right? You can't just wander around in an open space. You have to come into the auditorium and sit down in a seat, which requires having a ticket. As to why the city shouldn't be spending money on that, I personally think it's an affront to taxpayers. I've been living in San Francisco for 20 years. I pay taxes, and I don't see how, if a city department owns a building, it's a city-owned and operated building, and that the city officials who run that department are charged with taking care of that building, and obviously have access to it, but need a ticket just as a point of giving a seat assignment, so that somebody can go in, a city official or staff member or trustee can go in and sit down and see how everything's functioning. Is the space clean? Is the equipment working? How's everything going? That my taxpayer money would be spent on that city official accessing a city-owned building that they are charged with running. That logic just doesn't make sense to me. And the state of California agrees with me. The Fair Political Practices Commission has a process through the Form 802 process, which very clearly states that tickets given for this type of work are not actually a gift. So we're talking about them as if they're gifts. So this proposed measure is actually looking to sort of change how state law views these tickets. The FPPC very clearly states that a ticket given for the purposes I just described is not a gift, provided that the city, the department that's using them has a ticket distribution policy, is distributing those tickets in accordance with its own ticket distribution policy, as well as in accordance with FPPC regulations, and that those are reported using a Form 802. It's a very clear, transparent process. In fact, the gift reports Part B, in which Ethics Commission staff listed out the departments that are using the Form 802 and listed out all the tickets being used by the War Memorial. The reason that staff was able to, very clearly articulate how many tickets the War Memorial is using is because they found it all on our website in the Form 802. So there's already a very transparent, easy to use process codified by FPPC that does exactly what I think we're trying to do here. One, it allows the arts and culture departments and other city departments to use tickets, to use them where necessary to connect with community, to make sure that taxpayer grant funds are being used appropriately, to monitor the use of the facilities. Those tickets would be used in accordance with the ticket distribution policy and then publicly declared using the Form 802 process. So I think that existing process is really well established. Ethics Commission, I think the first time they ever looked at the Form 802 was for the gift report Part B, and then immediately said, hey, let's get rid of this, rather than treating it like the Form 700 or the Form 806, which flows from the same body of regulations and which are quite revered. We get training every year, we file them regularly. So I would think that the Form 802 process would solve this ticket issue without creating new laws. We should use existing law rather than creating new law.
Mr. Colvin?
Yes, sir.
If I may. Two things. I think you understand our concern about tickets, and that is that it's not that we don't want city officials seeing how the equipment is being used at these various facilities, but that city officials are enjoying the benefits of these organizations for the purely entertainment purposes and not really for their jobs, and that it creates conflict of interest. That's our problem. I was wondering if you had thoughts about how to address that, number one, and more specifically, last time we heard from others that said that it shouldn't just be one ticket, but a ticket plus one. And I was wondering if you feel that that's also required, and if so, why would there be a ticket plus one if it's merely for city officials to check on city facilities?
Sure. Well, let me get to I don't know that I agree with the premise of the question, which is that it's enjoyable. Sometimes it's enjoyable, sometimes it's not.
I hope the purpose of an entertainment, is enjoyable. That's the sort of definition, but go ahead.
For the patron, for a person purchasing that ticket, it is, all right. Do you like opera, sir?
Sure. I mean, I would check it out if I get a free ticket. Why not?
Yeah, great. So I run the.
I would only do it.
Yeah, no. If you'll allow me.
You're saying it's not enjoyable.
Yes, that's what I'm saying is it's not always enjoyable. So the presumption that. So let me explain to you how it works. I'm a department head. I work 50 hours a week, right? When I come, the shows take place in the evenings and the weekends. When I come down here to do that work of monitoring the facility, that's not during my work hours. That's on top of my work hours. I'm coming outside of my work hours on an evening or a weekend that I could be spending at home with my partner or going and doing some other enjoyable activity. And I'm spending 4 hours, 5 hours, sometimes operas can be quite long, to watch an opera. My partner's not necessarily interested in coming. Sometimes I'm coming alone. I don't like everything that I go see. Do I like some of it? Sure. Do I like every symphony I see? Do I like every ballet I see? Do I like every opera I see? I don't. That's not the purpose of my being here. I'm coming down to the building. I'm walking around the building. I'm checking the cleanliness of restrooms. I'm checking how long the bar lines are. I'm checking to make sure that equipment's working. And sometimes you find equipment failure. Do I enjoy some of the shows? Sure. Do I want to be down here, twice a month on my days off to watch a multi-hour performance in a venue? Not necessarily. Do I like everything that I go see? Not necessarily. Sure. Sometimes.
Right, but you're fine. You know what our concern is. Our concern is not that situation. Our concern is that city officials are getting enjoyable benefit that is not necessary for their job. That's our concern. So I hear what you're saying, that maybe not everything is enjoyable.
Right.
Go ahead. But what about the +1?
As to the +1, I think that it depends on who you're bringing. I mean, the +1, as I just pointed out, sometimes if I have to come down here and spend an afternoon on a Sunday to watch a matinee performance on my day off, the +1 is good because it does allow me to bring my partner or a friend with me who can do two things. One, they can basically be, for lack of a better term, a secret shopper. They walk around and they can actually tell you, hey, why is this set up like this? That's kind of dumb. You know, oh God, I had to wait in line so long for the restroom. My gosh, that glass of wine that I just purchased was so expensive. Why is it so expensive? They actually give you an outside eye that's helpful from just a personal, because I'm a human and not a robot, perspective, is it allows me to spend some time that I'm taking out of my own personal time on the weekend to interact with a friend, which sort of takes the pain out of having to be here outside of my work hours. It's also useful in that you can bring perhaps somebody from another department or something like that who can learn more about the facility in a way that's useful. And that is also permitted in the FPPC guidelines. It does indicate that a +1 is allowable. So the state has definitely contemplated that.
Can I jump in with a question?
Yes, sir.
So Director Calvin, thank you so much for being here. I think it's really helpful for us to get some insight into how this works. That you described kind of two, I think, a grant making function and a facility management function. And what you described sound like necessary reasons to go view these things, presentations. But I think staff in their proposal, they allow the gifts. Sorry, they're not gifts because of the exception. Yeah. Where doing so is necessary. So is your concern that the staff's definition of necessary will be different from your and other departments' definition of it necessary? Because I think the intention by staff was to allow exactly what you're describing. If there's a necessary reason for you to go, then absolutely, you should be able to go.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, part of the challenge with all of this is that staff, you know, has said certain things, or hey, we'll allow that, but not revise. We haven't seen any real revised language. You know what I mean? So the proof's in the pudding, and the details matter. So that's a great question. I don't actually know precisely what staff's position is, and I don't know who gets to make the decision when the time comes. Is that going to be up to myself, the appointing officer, to decide what's necessary? I mean, I think if it's left with the appointing officer, then that's really helpful because the department can actually make that determination for itself. I can make a determination as to whether or not it's necessary for my staff to do its job, which is the whole point of the existence of the appointing officer. I also think that the ticket distribution policy speaks to that, because within the ticket distribution policy, as required by the Form 802 process, you have to identify public purposes for attending a particular event. And then each time a person takes a ticket, and you report it on the Form 802, you list what the public purpose was. So it's not just something that's made up, you know, yes, you can go to an event, and no, you can't go to an event. There are prescribed public purposes that are established in the ticket distribution policy. Ours was written in cooperation with the city attorney's office and passed by the War Memorial Board of Trustees. It's readily available on our website. And so I think that process actually does address that issue of what is an acceptable purpose and who gets to attend for which reasons.
So it sounds like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you'd be open to working with our staff to propose some language that addresses the necessariness of attending, at least to the extent that they would like your input. It sounds like that's something you'd be open to provide.
I would be more than open to that. And I actually think, you know, I've heard Director Pelham say in other meetings that staff's intent is really just to create a process that is transparent and open, and that satisfies the city needs while mitigating any possibility of, you know, bribery or undue influence. And I think there's an existing law that actually already does that. So, you know, I would advocate for codifying that law within this proposed measure. And short of that, I would be more than open to working with staff to craft language that accomplishes those same purposes.
Let me ask you, sir, one other question before I let other commissioners. How about the thought of having some kind of limit where maybe it's one ticket per show or per season, you know, whatever it is?
Yeah.
Do you have any immediate reaction to that kind of concept?
Absolutely. Our ticket distribution policy already includes that. So there is a limit to how many tickets an individual can request. And, again, is our ticket distribution policy perfect? I don't know. I'm sure it's been in place for, oh gosh, I want to say at least 15 years. So there's probably room for improvement. I think a better and more productive process with this would have been for Ethics Commission staff to say, hey, let's treat that with in the same way we treat the Form 700 or the Form 806, which it all flows from the same body of regulations. Come out and look at our ticket distribution policies, give us advice on them, establish an annual training just like we do for the Form 700 filings. Make sure that they're reviewing those on a monthly basis. I mean, there is an existing legal process in place that Ethics Commission staff could interact with in the same way it does the Form 700 or the Form 806. But instead of taking that step to say, hey, let's work with this existing law that's already here before we make other laws and actually attempt regulation of the existing law. Now we're looking at creating this whole other set of rules that I think are far less clear and far less transparent even when there's an existing law that we could work collaboratively with Ethics Commission staff to enforce.
Okay, thank you for that. I have other questions, but I'll take a break and let other folks hop in. Thank you.
Mr. Keldon, through the chair, thank you for your time coming in today. So beyond the ticket question that we've just been discussing, what other provisions of the ordinance are problematic for you? And if you could be specific in terms of what provisions and how that impacts your organization, that would be really helpful.
And may I jump in for a second? I believe that we're talking about regulations. Is that correct? Not the ordinance? Is that the ticket issue is in the ordinance?
The ticket issue is in the regulation. So either in the regulation or the ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah,
it'd be helpful for me if we could just distinguish between those two.
Sure. And I think we're talking about a proposed ballot measure, not an ordinances specifically, right? So there's the proposed ballot measure and then the regulations. To Commissioner Chu, to your question, other areas of concern. I think a big area of concern is subjecting the givers of gifts to penalties. I think that's one of the big areas that would create a chilling effect. You're looking at a really wide sweeping law, and the folks who would be impacted by that, the nonprofit agencies, their board members, their officials, it's really there's already laws in place against bribery. So if somebody's trying to bribe somebody and they get caught trying to bribe somebody, there are laws in place for that. So that's an appropriate place for there to be a penalty. When a person is giving something with the intent to influence or giving something with the intent to gain favor, that's bribery. Bribery is illegal. I fully support the strengthening of the bribery provisions that's included in this particular proposal. In fact, I think if this proposal were strengthening the anti-bribery laws and solving the other issue that Ethics Commission staff has right now, which is being under-resourced, I think it's the gap between when something happens and when Ethics Commission staff can actually get to enforcing it because they're under-resourced. That's the issue. I would love to see the Ethics Commission staff have additional resources for timely enforcement. If this was about anti-bribery and resources for timely enforcement, home run. But when we're looking at a nonprofit who's not going to receive training like city officials will on these rules once they're enacted, who is not attempting to gain undue influence, is rather just attempting to interact with the city department with whom they have a good reason to have a relationship, and we subject them to penalties, they find out about that, that's chilling. That could really scare people from engaging in even appropriate or legally permissible interactions, just because it's kind of hard to tell which it is, especially as I was mentioning, if you're a small organization that's maybe volunteer run or doesn't have a full-time policy person or doesn't have that resource, then you can't tell, like, am I allowed to do this or am I not? I don't have 10 hours to dig through the law to figure out what's okay, so I'm just not going to interact. So that's where the chilling effect comes from. So I think that the subjecting the givers of gifts to penalties is very problematic.
So I'd like to understand how a prohibition on giving a gift would chill conversation.
Mm-hmm. What it is if I'm a nonprofit and I understand that if I give you something, I might get in trouble, it starts to get really blurry and kind of gray. And it's like, what am I allowed to give? There are some exceptions, right? If you come do a site visit. I'm allowed to give you $5 in water, but I used to be able to give you tickets. Now I don't think I can give you tickets. It just starts to become confusing, and it's that confusion and really needing to understand all of these different. It's hard even for city departments sometimes to understand all these rules clearly. It just creates it instills a type of fear that I think scares people off from engaging. So that's where the chilling effect comes in. Now, if everybody had equal training, everybody understood the law completely clearly, and that was an easy thing to do, sure, that probably wouldn't be an issue, but that's not the world we live in. That's just not reality. So that's where I think the broadening of the restricted sources becomes really confusing. And also when you add the affiliates into that, so if somebody is a member of a board, right, a board of directors for a nonprofit who has a contract with an agency, and now that board member's family is also considered a restricted source, there could be interactions happening that people aren't even aware of, that there's some sort of restricted source rule in place that put people at risk for penalties. All of that gets scary.
So where the Ethics Commission, I think, is coming from with regard to this law is that city dollars are flowing either to a contractor like Recology, for example, or to a nonprofit organization that is providing much needed city services to underserved populations. But the key is the city dollars that flow, and that with that comes strings attached. And what this ordinance is seeking to do is to prevent those who are receiving, those organizations that are receiving those city funds to provide gifts back to those officials who are responsible for renewing and reviewing and renewing those contracts. And so a board member of an organization, whether it's Recology or a nonprofit, what this ordinance is attempting to address is the gift of, a Rolex watch, or a John Deere tractor, or trips to Hong Kong, or $500 bottles of wine with expensive meals at Michelin-starred restaurants. And so how do we balance that?
Well, I think that sort of the existing laws do that because
but I don't think they do, because we've had this federal corruption scandal that federal inquiry and arrests and indictments and guilty pleas because some of the behavior was not prohibited by our current laws. And I think that the challenge is that the existing rubric is what it is at this date, and how can we improve that? And I appreciate this dialogue, but I think that the status quo is what has allowed that corruption to flourish in the city. And what we're trying to do is to create a framework and a structure so that it will not occur in the future. And part of that is culture change, and that the intent is never to chill conversation. But I think it's also important to understand that when city dollars flow into an organization, whether they are a nonprofit or a private for-profit corporation or a public corporation, there are obligations that flow from that. And whether there is a need for additional training, and I think there would be a need for additional training, but I think it's important for people to understand that if one works for whether it's an agency or a nonprofit or a for-profit organization with ties to the city, there will be additional consideration and care that needs to be taken in terms of gift giving and the like. And I think that's just comes with the territory.
No, that all makes sense. Absolutely, Commissioner Chair. I don't disagree with you. I mean, nobody should be accepting $500 bottles of wine or Rolex watches or John Deere tractors, all of which is currently prohibited under current law. And that's why Mohammed Nuru was arrested, indicted, and just pleaded guilty to all of the charges, as well as numerous of his other, corrupt co-conspirators. So yes, those things are illegal. That's why people are going to jail, and that's a good thing. I think so. I don't think it's that. The issue here is in the new rules, one, restricted sources become, far more people become restricted sources, and there is no de minimis exception. I mean, there's a difference between, as it's currently written, anything of value, right, is how it's written. Anything of value becomes a gift, and you can't take that from restricted source. Written like that, a Christmas card could be a thing of value that runs afoul of the law. You know, a $3 bottle of water could be that. A button could be that. I mean, so many things become that because there is no de minimis value. Having an established de minimis value.
Isn't that really clear then?
Excuse me?
Nothing. I mean, isn't that really clear then? It's like if it's no de minimis exception, it's a bright line rule. So give nothing, and then it's a very bright line.
That's, I mean, I think that's an easy thing for a commissioner sitting at a dais to say, but when you're working in community, that's just not how the world works. That's not how people interact. I mean, as an example, my partner's parents are from Beijing, and how we interact with them around food and acceptance of other things. There are cultural things that are appropriate that could be considered rude and inappropriate if you don't accept them, right? So it's easy to say, don't take anything, and then a person goes to an event and a small, inconsequential cost-related food item or something like that is offered. There are situations when working in community where not accepting that is rude and actually can have a damaging effect on the relationship. So I think there has to be a certain amount of variance in this, a very small amount. We're not asking very much, just a de minimis amount to allow for humans to be human with other humans. We're not robots.
I think I'd like to clarify that the gift prohibition is not a blanket prohibition on gifts, that these are from restricted sources back to, for example, the official who is reviewing has a professional and obligation and connection back to the restricted source. So going to an event where a grandma wants to give a bun at the community garden, that wouldn't be a problem. Why that is not contemplated by this, but where it's the board of directors who a director, what this rule contemplates is wanting to ensure that there will be favorable review of a contract that's up for funding in the year, sends over a gift to the city official responsible for making that decision. That is the behavior we're trying to get at, because it would be is it well intended? Absolutely. Would there be the intent to bribe? I would assume not. However, does it give the appearance of impropriety? Does it give the appearance of seeking favorable treatment? I think it does. And that is what we're trying to get at, to inspire confidence in the people of San Francisco, that the way that city funds are being allocated and decisions are being made are not being influenced through gifts.
No, I understand. I think, the challenge there is that by and large, the only entities I have to interact with as part of my job are restricted sources. Anybody who, because those are the folks those are the entities that I'm doing business with. So those are the ones I interact with all the time. So having interactions with them, having meetings with them, exchanging small tokens, those are the places where are the relationships that I'm supposed to be building per the mandate that the charter gives me in my job. So to restrict interaction with restricted sources, I fully understand what you're getting at. But those are the relationships I'm supposed to be forming. Everybody else who's not a restricted source, yeah, I can go do whatever and take whatever for them, but that doesn't actually apply to my job. And my job is to build relationships in community with the organizations that are being served by my department. That's why my department exists. And I don't think that the people of San Francisco would agree that a $15 item is, I'm not going to sacrifice my job over a $15 item or do something illegal over a $15 item. And I think the vast majority of San Franciscans would not view that as being the case. They wouldn't think that something of, de minimis value is going to cause a city official to, violate the law or do something completely untoward, like awarding a contract or something like that. What Mohammed Nuru was doing was completely on a different level. And really the issue there is that, again, this is where I think the anti-bribery laws were in place. That's what got him. And if ethics commission staff had more resources, they might have actually been the ones to catch it earlier rather than the feds having to come in.
So can you give an example of what under this law that you do now that under the proposed ordinance you would not be able to do?
Well, depending on how, I don't know if you want to go back to the tickets or if
No, like I think we have
you're good on
discussed the tickets pretty fully.
Okay. Small things. I mean, there are exchanges. Sometimes the departments send out Christmas cards, Christmas calendars, those types of things, which do have a value to their constituents. I just got one, I think, from the public defender's office. They send out a calendar every year, right? That sort of thing. And also other organizations do that. Other nonprofits send small things like that. They'll send small Christmas cards, which again, under this law, because it's anything of value, if I get a Christmas card from the San Francisco Opera, do I send it back? Have I now done something illegal by accepting a Christmas card that they probably spent a couple dollars on? The way that this is written, I would be, sometimes different organizations who work here or who do performances here might send out gift baskets, cookies and juice, other things like that. We always set those in the staff room and let the staff eat them because the current rules, that's how it works. If food like that is given and it's shared amongst the staff, that's permissible. So it's when you're looking at small things like that, which is mostly what I think within our department, and every department's different, but within our department, that's mostly the sort of thing that would
Mr. Calden, Mr. Calden, sorry to interrupt. Would a very discreet and reasonable dollar figure, $50, whatever, solve this problem?
Yeah, a de minimis exception would, and that's what's currently in place. And I think that actually does solve the problem.
And it's right now, it's a de minimis, that's the number, that's the language.
I don't remember the number off the top of my head. It might be 50.
But there's a set number.
There is a set number.
Okay.
Andrew Shen might be able to speak to what that dollar amount is.
Yeah, if you don't mind, commissioners. So currently there is a small exception in the restricted source rule for $25 or things worth less than $25. There is something of a de minimis exception in the current proposal, but it is slightly different. And I'll certainly let Michael Canning speak to this as well if he wants. The current proposal is that there is a de minimis exception, something worth up to $15, but it has to be a routine office courtesy. The idea being that you need to be in the restricted sources office or spaces or whatnot, and it's provided there. So
are we talking about the regulations or are we talking about the proposed ballot measure?
This would be in the proposed regulations. And those proposed regulations would sort of, I think, and again, I don't want to necessarily get into hypotheticals. I know Commissioner Finlove didn't want us to go there, but may not allow things like Christmas cards or calendars or along the lines of what Mr. Calden just mentioned. Thank you.
Commissioner Bush.
I think you're muted, sir.
Unmute, please.
Oh, where it is.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I unmuted you, Commissioner Bush.
I'm sorry. A call came in and disconnected me from our process. So when you talk about tickets being or de minimis gifts, can they be cash? I mean, to use the...
Oh, absolutely not, sir. I neither cash nor gift cards nor anything like that, and that's already prohibited.
You speak about things that are prohibited, but, and you used the example of Mohammed Nehru, but other than federal and state bribery laws, there was nothing to prevent Mohammed Nehru asking for ecology to give money to a nonprofit to in turn pay for a party for Mohammed Nehru's employees, because he was not covered under our laws. Our laws only covered elected officials and their appointees. And he was in a position that was not in that category. And so therefore, everything he was doing could be done without any disclosures, even to us. So that's one of the reasons why we're taking a look at where the loopholes are and why we took a closer look at everything that was identified by the controller, because they're the ones who told us Mohammed Naru was not covered. So I'm asking, have you taken a look at the controller's recommendations and what loopholes you agree they have identified that should be closed?
I haven't read all of those reports. I mostly relied on the Ethics Commission's own reports, so the gift part A and gift part B. To your point, though, about the behested payments, I wholeheartedly agree with you. And I think that I really applaud this commission's leadership on establishing guidelines for behested payments. And that's a great example of how the commission has gone right after the root problem, right? So one of the root problems with Nuru was he was doing exactly what you described. And that was covered by the behested payments. He was asking for donations from restricted sources, and then he was funneling that money into slush funds and spending it on himself. And so I think we do need to get at the root of those issues. And I think that the behested payments legislation did that, and that legislation at the Board of Supervisors, I don't think would have happened without the leadership of this commission in proposing its own behested payments ordinance, I think that was ballot measure as well, that ultimately became the Board of Supervisors behested payment thing. And that's a great thing. There was a clear problem that was directly tied to the corruption that's happened, and the city went after it and created a rule that outlaws that. Bravo! I really do applaud that, and I think that went really well. So I think.
But what the city did was to just simply ban all behested payments.
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't that be a model to say we will ban all tickets?
No, I don't think so, because I think asking for donations and asking for money or financial contributions to nonprofits isn't necessarily part of what a city worker's job is or a city official's job is. I don't need to go out and do fundraising and ask for money to be contributed to another source for my particular job. I do need to go and sit in performances and watch and see how the building's being used. So I think that's a sort of apples and oranges comparison, respectfully.
And to take your point, is there a ceiling on how many tickets would be made available at no cost to the recipient?
There absolutely should be. I think that's something that would function within the ticket distribution policies as ours does. There is a ceiling on how many tickets can be requested within a given year, and also restrictions around what the public purposes and public uses are. And I think those are appropriate and necessary.
And if someone uses a gratis ticket for the purposes that you've described, when the participation in that event is over, do they write a report and file it so that the public can see what they had discovered in their examination of the process?
That's required by the FPPC process. So it does require written reports. It doesn't define those clearly, and that might be an area where the Ethics Commission could weigh in on like what constitutes a report. But that Form 802 process already does require that.
Well, I've looked at the Form 802, and they seem to be mostly saying, yes, it met the gift policy requirements. And I've looked at the gift policy requirements for a variety of city agencies. And some, for example, Rec and Park, it can provide up to 50 tickets to an event. So it's really ollie in free.
Right, and as I was saying earlier, I would suggest that doesn't mean that the process itself isn't working. That means that the process itself needs more guidance. It's a great process. The process itself works, and I think that I would recommend codifying that process through this ballot measure or within the regulations, and for Ethics Commission staff then to weigh in on it. As I was saying, if we use the Form 700 as an example, right? So I have to file my Form 700 by April 1st, as do all of my trustees and other Form 700 filers within the department. We get reminders from Ethics Commission staff. There are annual trainings that we take. There's support. We can reach out to Ethics Commission staff, and they always provide really wonderful support around how that process works. They weigh in on it. They really treat the process well. They understand the process, and they help us through that process. I think that's true with the Form 806, though that's not something that actually affects me. But with the Form 802, I think that that what it might be lacking is that sort of participation. You know, come look at my ticket distribution policy. Let me know what your concerns are about the public purposes. Make sure that I'm doing it right. Give me a training every year. I mean, there's a process in place that I think solves this whole issue. That's right in front of us, that's established through the Fair Political Practices Act at the state level, and we just haven't been engaging with it collaboratively across the city in the same way that we engage with the other processes established by the FPPC. So I would encourage doing that.
Has the ticket policy changed much in the past 15 or 20 years?
I don't think so, and I think it's probably could use an update, and I would welcome input.
I asked that because I worked in the mayor's office, and it was for every performance, does anybody want to go?
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't sit in the orchestra, we sat in boxes.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty nice.
Our tickets aren't like that. We don't have box seats.
But you do for the opera.
No, we don't. The department itself does not have box seats, sir, and never has.
But you make the facility available to the opera.
We do make well, of course, they do rent the building from us to present their performances. We hold back 5 pairs of tickets per performance, or it's not really, I mean, and that description isn't even quite accurate, because really what we do is we exclude a total of 10 seats from each performance for use by staff as needed. The fact that they provide tickets is merely a matter of convenience so that we can actually get into the building, because there's an usher with a ticket scanner, and it's a different ticket scanner in opera season versus ballet season. So really what's happening in terms of how we manage the facility is that we keep 10 seats off of the manifest of seats for each performance and hold it back as for city use, just like we hold back storage areas and all of the bar and food service areas, which the opera doesn't get in its rental. So it's sort of held outside the rental, and then we use them as needed. And obviously, if we don't need seats on a given night, what's happening is we're actually giving those seats back to the resident company or any licensee using the space to sell. So it's
so are the 10 seats
giving us something? It's more that we're giving them something.
Are the 10 seats in the orchestra?
The 10 seats are in the orchestra.
And the orchestra seats, if they were purchased, would be how much per seat?
It depends on the presenter, the performance, the night. There's all dynamic pricing. It could range anywhere. I would guess from, if it's an outside licensee, as low as 50, so it could be 50 to 100, and on the highest end, maybe 250. I'd have to check records, but off the top of my head.
So 250 would exceed the gift limit under the law.
Were it a gift, though state law does not think of it as a gift. It specifically states it's not a gift.
In your view, how does this go over with the public?
Well, I think that the public understands. I've never had a single complaint about it, even after the report was initially issued. There was a write-up in Mission Local. I believe it was picked up by the Chronicle, KQED, and perhaps 48 Hills. And we didn't receive any input from the public. Nobody emailed us, called us, said, "Oh gosh, what are you doing? How terrible is that?" I think that the public not only understands, but expects us to do our job. My job is to run the place. I think if I were to tell a member of the public, "Oh yeah, I run the Opera House," and they were to say, "Oh, great, what's it like in there? Have you ever been?" I said, "Oh no, I'm not allowed to go in." I think they would be absolutely shocked. I really do think to say that it would be like telling the Library Commission that they have to take care of the libraries and then forbidding them from checking out books. I mean, it's the same kind of thing. So I actually think that it's not only, it's the opposite. It's not that they would think, "Oh gosh, you're taking advantage of this thing and getting all these free tickets." I think that that San Francisco taxpayers, by and large, would be shocked to learn that a person who is charged with managing a facility never entered the facility because the rules didn't allow him to.
Just to be clear, with respect, just to be clear, we're not saying that you should never be able to attend. That's not.
I'm not saying you are, but I'm just speaking to Commissioner Bush's question, which was somewhat theoretical.
But my question, yeah, I should turn it over to my fellow commissioners. I've taken enough time. But just to clarify, It was not my intent to say that you shouldn't be allowed to attend, just
Yeah.
that the city should pay for the tickets.
Yeah, and I didn't hear that, Commissioner Bush. I was just answering what I believed to be a theoretical question. I do think I respectfully disagree with you that city taxpayers should be paying for use of city facilities that they already pay to maintain and run, simply so a person can do their job to go in and monitor the use of those facilities. I think I respectfully disagree with that point. Commissioner Chu, I think you had a question.
Okay,
Oh, sorry.
The chair, I just wanted to do a time check from a process
Yes.
standpoint due to the time constraints on the.
In fact, that's why I want to, number one, I want to thank Mr. Collins for appearing before us today. And I would ask my colleagues to withhold any other questions or comments until later, because as I mentioned earlier today, Mr. Jonathan Wright from the city, representing the city, is available until 11:45. And I really think that we need to listen to him. So with no objections, I want to table this discussion. I understand we have at least two other department representatives waiting to speak, but I would ask for their indulgence to wait as we put a whole table this agenda item and proceed to agenda item number 4, which is a proposed closed session item. This agenda includes a proposed closed session item under item 5 for an update with labor negotiator regarding labor negotiations. The item has been scheduled for the commission's discussion and possible action. Mr. Jonathan Wright, the DHR Employee Relations Manager, is here today for this closed session item. The anticipated issue under negotiation is the status of the meet and confer with the employee organization, San Francisco Municipal Executives Association, regarding the Ethics Commission's proposed June 2022 ballot measure and regulation amendments. For the purposes of this item today, there are 4 steps involved. The first one, under agenda item number 4A, we will receive public comment on all matters pertaining to agenda item number 4, including whether to meet in closed session. After that, we will then vote on whether to meet in closed session under California Government Code Section 54957.6 and Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.10, parenthesis E, to discuss labor negotiations. This will be an action item as noted in item 4B. Third, if a closed session is held, Commission will initiate that closed session meeting to meet with the labor negotiator, and following that closed session, we will then reconvene in open session. Fourth, pursuant to Brown's Act, Section 54957.1 and Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.12, and as shown under agenda item, we will discuss and vote on the motion regarding whether or not to disclose any action taken or discussions held in closed session regarding the labor negotiations. Does any commissioners have any questions regarding this process? And if not, Commissioner Bush, your hands up. Okay, so I'd like to ask City Attorney Shen, is there anything you wish to add about the closed session process?
No, Chair Lee, nothing else at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let us proceed to number 1, public comment.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics Commission is now receiving public comment on agenda item 4 remotely in this meeting. For this item, each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment. If you joined the meeting early to listen to the proceedings, now is the time to get in line to speak. If you have not already, please press *3. It is important that you press *3 only once to enter the queue, as pressing it again will move you out of the public comment line and back into listening mode. Once you are in the queue and standing by, the system will prompt you when it's your turn to speak. So it's important that you call from a quiet location. Please address your comment to the commission as a whole and not to individual members. Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. Once again, to the members of the public, if you've just joined this meeting, we are currently on agenda item 4, public comment on all matters pertaining to item 4, including whether to meet in closed session. Please stand by. Okay, please stand by. I apologize. 3 minutes. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Hi, this is Charles Head. I'm the president of San Francisco Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. I really meant to speak on item 3. I don't know how you got it to item 4, but I know you had somebody that was going to be needing to leave the meeting. So I will call back, or I'll get out of the queue and then come back later for item 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Head.
Please stand by. Once again, if you've just joined this meeting, we are currently on agenda item 4, public comment on all matters pertaining to item 4, including whether to meet in closed session. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the queue for agenda item 4. Please stand by. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now. Please stand by. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Oh, yes. Hi. This is Cheryl Davis from the Human Rights Commission. I actually was for something else. I will not be able to come back when you all come back from closed session. So I'm sorry I can't comment on this item, but I'm very frustrated with the other item as well, but hopefully we'll follow up in another way.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there's no further callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Public comment is closed now. Let us proceed to a vote under item 4B on whether to meet in closed session under California Government Code Section 54957.6 and Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.10 parentheses E to discuss labor negotiations. Commissioners, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion. Moved by
Second.
Commissioner Chu, seconded by Commissioner Romano. Vote, please.
A motion has been made and seconded to proceed into closed session. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush. Commissioner Bush.
Maybe we can skip over him.
Commissioner Bush.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Finlep.
Aye.
Chair Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Romano.
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you, moderator. We will now move into closed session for update with labor negotiator on labor negotiations, discussion and possible action, employee organization, San Francisco Municipal Executives Association, and anticipated issue under negotiation, status of meeting confer concerning the Ethics Commission's proposed June 2022 ballot measure and regulation amendments. And for the viewing public, an on-screen notice stating the commission is meeting in closed session while remain on for the duration of our closed session. The audio and visuals will resume live once we reconvene in open session. So now let's proceed to closed session, please.
All right, I'm putting this in practice mode. Please stand by.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. 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 SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
meeting. Commissioners, do I have a motion on whether to disclose or not to disclose any action taken or discussions held in closed session? See any hands raised?
I move that the commission not disclose the discussions that took place in closed session.
Okay,
Second.
motion's made by Commissioner Chu, seconded by Commissioner Romano. Roll call, please, moderator.
I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush,
Pass.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Finlip,
Aye, and I'm not sure passing is an option. We dealt with this at my very first meeting, and we have to go back and deal with it. But my vote is aye.
Chair Lee,
Aye.
Commissioner Romano.
Aye.
With 4 votes in the affirmative and 1 vote opposed, the motion is approved.
Okay, thank you. And now let's go back
Through the
to
chair, if I might just ask for clarification from the city attorney on the vote. Commissioner Bush's vote was a pass, but I would like clarification to Commissioner Finlev's point about whether he can pass or if we need to regroup on Commissioner Bush's vote.
Yes, the vote should be yes or no. Thank you. Thank you for asking, Executive Director Pelham. Commissioner Bush, is your intention to vote no on that last motion?
No, my intention was not to cast a vote, but if I'm not allowed to cast a vote, I will join my colleagues and take up the issue in public discussion.
So the vote is yes?
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. With 5 votes in the affirmative, the vote is approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And now we are going back to agenda item number 3. Mr. Moderator, can you check on the queue and see if, oh, sorry, Mr. Kenny. Can you check and see if the other department representatives are ready to speak?
I do not believe any of the department representatives that RSVP'd are currently on the call. There are a few folks who have called in with numbers, so it's possible that they did not enter their names. If that's the case, I'm not sure what the best way to handle that would be, but I know several had to leave the meeting due to other commitments and time concerns.
Because right now we're still on agenda item number 3A, which is department representative. So can we check and see if any one of them is waiting in the public comment queue? And if they are representatives from departments, if the moderator can move them?
Madam Chair, maybe you could ask them to lower their hands if they're not department representatives. That may be the only way to figure out who they are.
Let's see. How about if the folks who are waiting in the public queue, if they are representing the departments, if they can signal to the moderator so you can get to the head of the queue? Because we're still on 3A, which is department representatives.
If you are a department representative, can you please raise your hand? If you are not, and if you are a member of the public, can you lower your hand? Once again, if you are a city representative, can you please raise your hand? If you are not and a member of the public, can you lower your hand at this point? Madam Chair, it looks like we have 2 callers in the queue. Please stand by. Hello, caller. I am just verifying to see if you are a city representative. Caller, are you there? Nothing in that one. Please stand by. Hello, caller. I'm just verifying to see if you are a city representative. Hello, caller.
Yes. Is this?
Are you
Mike
a
speaking?
city? Are you a city representative at this point?
No, I am not, and I didn't realize I have my hand raised. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. Okay, thank you. Let me check one more time with this one, Chair Lee. Please stand by. Hello, caller. I'm just verifying to see if you are a city official or a city representative.
No, I'm not.
Okay, can you lower your hand, please? We'll
How do I do
reopen this.
that?
*3.
Okay, thanks.
Once again, right now we are just looking to see for public comment regarding city representatives, city and county of San Francisco representatives. If you are a member of the public with your hand raised, can you lower your hand? We will come back to public comment on this item. Hello. Hello, caller. I just wanted to verify if you are a city representative.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Please stand
Hi,
by. Hold on just
yes.
1 second. I'm so sorry. Please stand by.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, caller. Your 7 minutes begins now.
Hi, this is Sean Rosenmoss with the San Francisco Department of the Environment. I'm the manager of community partnerships and the San Francisco Carbon Fund. A couple of people have already brought this up, but there has still not been a racial equity scan of this proposed ordinance, and it's very disturbing. And I'm not sure why you are not doing it, and I'm not sure you haven't told us why you're not doing it. And that's also really disturbing, those two pieces. The other thing is, as a person who works with community-based organizations, as a person who comes from a CBO background, we are showing up and telling you this is going to have a chilling effect on our partnerships and our ability to work together. Small community-based organizations I know have shown up and said the same thing. And you keep telling us, no, it's not. But in fact, we are the experts. And I think that you need to hear that and deal with that and know that that's going to happen, because we keep telling you, even though you keep saying, well, no, because they're not going to have to do X, Y, and Z, and no, because this other thing doesn't apply to them. Just because certain things don't absolutely apply, they're not going to go in and read a 30-page document. They're just going to go, you know what? I don't actually think I can do it. I'm just going to go, you know what? I don't actually think I can show up at that event. It's a little bit in the gray area. So it will have a chilling effect. And we're in the field every day, and we're telling you that, and I hope that you will listen to us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Ma'am, I hope you, Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Thank you. I hope the caller is staying on the line. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the department you're from, but I was hoping you could give us, you are the expert in terms of how your agency interacts with city folks, or your, so I was hoping, sorry, you are an expert on how these measures may affect your employees and your agency. So I was wondering if you could be kind of specific in terms of how you think that may be the case, either in terms of the ticket issues that we've been talking about or the restricted source, which as a city agency, it may affect folks who you interact with from CBOs and other partners. And I'm very glad you're calling in, because you're right. You are the person who sees this on the ground.
So I'm obviously not the director of the department. I just work with community-based organizations. I can't say, oh, this paragraph A, subsection 2, number 4 is going to mean this. What I can tell you is that because there are all this information in there about restricted sources and what you can take and what you can't take and what is the value of this thing. A lot of people are going to go, I can't digest this information. I am a $150,000 a year tiny grassroots organization. I'm just not going to do it. Whether it is inviting someone from a city department to go to a tree planting, right? Whatever it is, it's not just about the tickets for going to an event, right? We go to all kinds of things. We go to all kinds of things all over the city because that's what we do. And there are people in every city department who do this. And I'm just telling you that there are some things that are in there that I think a lot of department heads and a lot of people who are very involved in this have said, clarify this, take this out. Why is a board member for a nonprofit organization liable? Yes, there are certain limits to that. But if you've got a new board member, their response is going to be, let's just not do it at all. Let's just not invite them to our community event. We're telling you that's going to happen. And then the other thing that you still haven't responded to is the fact that you haven't done a racial equity scan. Many of us have asked you to do that. And if you believe that there's not going to be a problem with it, then it shouldn't be an issue to do a racial equity scan. To look at this policy, to look at this resolution, to look at this ordinance, to look at this program, whatever it is that you're going to be implementing, just as all of us do now in the city, to put a racial equity scan over that and say, what are the unintended consequences that we haven't thought of? You haven't done it, and you haven't told us why you're not doing it. And I know a lot of people had to leave, and someone brought it up already. You scheduled a meeting at 10 o'clock on a Friday that was going to impact people who work for community-based organizations in this city. It is now, going on 1 o'clock. How are those people going to weigh in on this? They have jobs to do. I'm only able to do it because I could sit here doing my work while you were doing everything else for the commission meeting. Other people don't have that luxury. They're out in the field, right? They're working with kids at schools. They're digging up and removing pavement and putting in trees. They're rehearsing, right? They don't have time to sit here for 3 hours. So that in itself was an issue that I don't think was thought through, which is precisely why you need to look at this through a racial equity scan and a racial equity lens. Who is benefiting, who is burdened.
Thank you for those comments. And I think I share your disappointment that some folks had to leave early. I think it's so crucial that we hear from members of the public. And I'm happy to share, as a relatively new commissioner, I'm still working through the details of this measure, and the racial equity scan is part of that process for me. I think it raises questions that are tied in with all my questions about the measure. But that's just me speaking personally. We haven't discussed it as a commission. I'm curious, I would love it if you could speak a little bit to the kinds of things or items that CBOs may be giving to department folks. You mentioned tree plantings or other events. I'm just trying to get a sense of what are the actual objects that are maybe in play.
Right. So what are the limits? If I go, let's say I have a grantee, because we do have grantees in the department. I know other city departments have these kind of grantees. They do volunteer garden plantings, big events once a month. You don't have tickets to go to that. Someone has donated food. A local restaurant is giving people burritos. How many of those events do I go to a year before I have maxed out on how many burritos I can eat at an event? Right? That's just like a small example. And so what will happen is I'll just say, you know what? I think I went to 5. I might have gone to 6. Is it all of my coworkers and I, or is it just me as the program manager? Right? And then it just gets into a lot of, you don't expect it to involve reporting, but then it does get into a lot of reporting. Then it does get into, how am I going to track this? How are my grantees going to track this? It just gets into that. That's just going to happen.
Thank you, and thank you again for participating in this process. I'll yield to my colleagues for any other questions.
Before we call on other callers, I just want to ask the director for clarification. I remember we had this discussion earlier. The proposal does not prohibit the employee from attending events that's otherwise open to the public. So if everyone else is invited to a tree planting, and if everyone else is invited to share in the cookies, whatever, that's not the issue. The issue is
okay, so
inviting to a private luncheon. That's what we're talking about. So I think that then clarification that we're not banning public employees from doing their job.
So let me just say this again. It's not about the letter of the law, right? You can tell me 1,000 times, and you can tell a local community-based organization 1,000 times, but there's such huge staff rollover. How are you going to tell each of them 1,000 times? What it creates is a particular atmosphere. It's not about the letter of the law, okay? Yeah, the letter of the law may say X, Y, and Z, but we're going to have to put in some reporting to ensure that we comply with that letter of the law and that we're covering our butts, because that's how it works. Okay, so it's the atmosphere that's being created. And we can, when we're telling you the atmosphere is being created, that's what we're telling you. Even though you keep coming back and saying, well, it doesn't apply to this and it doesn't apply to that. I'm $150,000 a year, community-based organizations with 2 staff and a bunch of volunteers. I don't have time to deal with that. I'm just dealing with the atmosphere that you have created now. That's what I'm saying to you. And that's what a lot of the CBOs have been saying to you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? If not,
I'd just like to say that I think that the public conception is that the atmosphere at City Hall is that everything goes. There are no rules except who you know and what you can get away with. And
did you ask them, and do you have data on that?
I have life experiences, and having been in city government and as a nonprofit board member for 30 years, all I have to do is pick up the newspapers and read what's going on. That should be sufficient.
okay. If there's no other comments,
Shirley, if I might,
yes,
I just wanted to, you had asked a question about what the current law requires. So I wanted to just to make sure that we were able to respond to that question, but I'll let Michael Canning, if he could just respond briefly to that question.
Yeah, happy to confirm, Madam Chair, that yes, the things that are freely available to the public would not be considered gifts for the purposes of the restricted source rule. So attending a community event or a tree planting or a street fair, those kinds of things would not be considered there. I also, would like to point out that, we currently have a restricted source rule that does have exceptions applied to it. So that's not a new concept that's being floated here. So departments are already, doing whatever they need to do to comply with that rule. This is just amending that current rule.
thank you. If there's no other comments, let's call the next department representative. If they're still in queue.
I ask that if any city representative or city official is currently as an attendee, if you have a public comment that you would like to make, to please raise your hand by hitting *3. Currently right now, just city representatives. Michael, if you can give me a second set of eyes on the list that you provided, just to see that you don't see any other names on the, I don't know if you can see the attendee list. I think you can. I am trying to compare the two.
I can, yeah. I'm not seeing anyone else that we were expecting for item 3A.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Madam
so-
Chair, there's no further callers in the queue.
Okay.
City representatives.
Okay, so now let's proceed to our extended public comment period under item 3B, which is all prospective and invited members of the public can comment on the pending proposals. For purposes of today's meeting, members of the public will each be provided up to 5 minutes to comment and may be asked follow-up questions by commissioners once your comments have been concluded. And if a member of the commission have a follow-up question, the commissioner will raise the hand and I will recognize the commissioner to ask the question of the caller. Your line will be unmuted following the question to enable you to respond. So, Mr. Moderator, do you have an idea of how many people's waiting in the queue right now?
Currently, Madam Chair, we have 3 callers in the queue. Please stand by.
And again, as a friendly reminder, it would be really great if you can specifically address the provisions that you are concerned with and why you think it's going to impact you or your business, your company or your organization, and the recommendations that you have, constructive recommendations, so that we can have a really productive dialogue with you. So, Ms. Moderator, please call the first caller, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the Ethics Commission is now receiving extended public comment under item 3B remotely in this meeting. For purposes of this agenda item, each member of the public will have up to 5 minutes to provide public comment. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you joined the meeting early to listen to the proceedings, now is the time to get in line to speak. If you have not already done so, please press *3. It is important that you press *3 only once to enter the queue, as pressing it again will move you out of public comment line and back into listening mode. Once you are in the queue and standing by, the system will prompt you when it's your turn to speak, so it's important that you call from a quiet location. Please address your comments to the Commission as a whole and not to individual members. Please stand by. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently taking public comment on Agenda Item 3, proposed amendments to strengthen the city's gift and ethics laws through A, a potential ballot measure for the June 7th, 2022 election, and B, amended commission regulations. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. Please stand by. As the chair has indicated, for purposes of this public comment, a member of the commission may have a follow-up question. If so, the commissioner will raise their hand and the chair will recognize the commissioner to ask the question. Your line will be unmuted following the question to enable you to respond. Please stand by. We currently have 5 members of the public in the public comment queue. Please stand by. Welcome, caller. Your 5 minutes begins now.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Charles Head again, the president of the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. We are firmly in favor of this ballot measure, the initiative, but I just wanted to give you a little perspective from my point of view. I joined my neighborhood organization, and then I became a delegate to CSFN, and then I became an officer in CSFN. But at that point, I also was in the civil grand jury in the same class as Chairman Bush. And we fought against behested payments. We fought for reform in the Ethics Commission. And compared with then, we won in that there were various reforms in the Ethics Commission that were very fruitful. Now, because I am a member of my neighborhood organization, again, I have a unique perspective because my neighborhood organization, in the sense that owns its own building and rents space above, so that we are in the position of giving grants to neighborhood organizations. The fact that we do this gives me a kind of interesting perspective on the people who say, oh, well, we have a problem with the proposals here because we don't know if our grantees can meet the requirements, et cetera, and so forth. And again, the comments about giving a little gift, getting a Christmas card, a calendar, this sort of thing. To me, as I've said before, these are terrors for little children. There are gray areas, true, but reasonable people will do reasonable things. Yes, there is a chance of the camel's nose under the tent flap and that sort of thing. But again, generally, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Speaking to that matter, as an official of Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, which again is in favor of this amendment, we too have come afoul of the regulations that govern our organization. And at one point, under a previous president, we had an ethical judgment against us, and a commission judgment, enforcement judgment. And as such, we saw what our error was. We admitted our error also, and we paid the fine, $2,000. Could we have appealed it? Possibly. But the thing was, we recognized our mistake, and we went ahead and paid the fine. And again, all these people that are saying there are prohibitions against gifts totally are frankly wrong. And this has been pointed out by Chair Lee from time to time. So long story short, I think it's time to pass this ballot measure initiative, to put it on the ballot in June. That would be our preference. And again, our coalition consists of over 24 neighborhood organizations throughout the city that are greatly in favor of ethics reform and are in favor of this ballot measure. Thank you very much.
Any questions, comments, Commissioner Finlaw?
I do, but I don't want to jump the gun if other folks want to have questions first, but I do have some questions. All right, Mr. Head, thank you so much for calling in. Really appreciate your involvement and the representation of the San Francisco neighborhoods. I'm curious whether you have like a top three, favorite parts about this measure that you think really address the issues that the city has suffered from.
Would you repeat your question, please, Commissioner?
Yeah, no, thank you. There's a lot in there, so I'm wondering whether you have some of your pieces of the proposed ballot measure that you think are really crucial, kind of your favorite portions of this.
Rather than waste everyone's time, I will just say that that I personally and that my coalition also is in favor of all that is in the ballot measure.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Chu?
Thank you, Chair Lee. Thank you for coming today and for your patience and waiting on hold to make your comments. We have heard from others that there would be a chilling effect with this ordinance, and based on your discussions with your members and your own personal experience, when you see this measure, or could you shed any light on or share your perspective on whether or not this ordinance would have a chilling effect on communications that the organizations may have, or the activities that your member organizations might undertake?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Again, from my perspective of a member of a grant conferring neighborhood organization, we have our forms, we have our procedures, we have our vetting, and we go through a process just like has been described by other people. We don't feel that the organizations we deal with have a chilling effect because of our requests for information. Similarly, we don't feel that the comments today and previously about, oh, it's a chilling effect, it's going to inhibit us, it's going to give us second thoughts, it's going to make us not want to do anything at all because we might have to report something. To me, these are, again, terrors for little children. Reasonable people will respond reasonably. And again, if you are caught as we were, as our organization was, and we are held to account, we will go ahead and accept that. But to say that we can't do anything because of what might happen, this again is the good being the enemy of the perfect. And you can't have a perfect society with every rule and regulation perfect and people perfectly obeying perfectly all of the time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you, Mr. Head. Next caller, please, Mr. Moderator.
Okay. Please stand by. I kind of disappeared there for a moment. Everything just kind of shut off, so I had to reboot everything. Please stand by. Alvin, I don't know what happened, but everything just went blank. Okay. I do apologize. Please stand by. Alvin, I'm taking back presenter role. Looks like you're going to have to promote me back to presenter because I can't get through to the phone calls. It's not letting me do it myself. Alvin, if you can hear me, I need you to give me back presentation role.
Hi, Ronald. I seem to have accidentally given the host role to the SFGov TV account. So please stand by and let's see. I've asked them to give the host back to you.
Meanwhile, I just want to have a time check with my fellow commissioners. Does any one of you have a time that you need to leave by a certain time?
Chair Lee, ideally, we would be finished by 3 o'clock this afternoon for me.
Yes, because I have a meeting at 3, so I'm really hoping that we could wrap this up in an hour and a half. This is the last agenda item.
Please stand by. I'm still waiting to get. Yeah, Alvin, it's still showing me that you're, looks like you're still the host, but it's showing SFGov TV. Alvin, if you can help me out, I don't know if you can go back into the session and give me the host key, because if I reclaim the host role, I'm needing the host key and I don't have that jotted down. Please stand by. Is there a representative from SFGov TV online right now?
Ronald,
Okay.
I think you're host again.
Yes, I just pushed it back up to myself. Okay. All right. Please stand by. Thank you, caller. Your 5 minutes begins now.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mary Kate Bacalao, and I'm the Director of External Affairs and Policy at Compass Family Services, as well as the co-chair of the Homeless Emergency Service Providers Association, known as HESPA, which is a coalition of 30 nonprofits providing emergency services for unhoused people, youth, and families. I'm calling on behalf of Compass and our partners in the homeless services sector to voice opposition to the measure, the overbroadness of which could do substantive damage to already fragile nonprofit financial stability. I'll offer a few specific comments. First, the measure should absolutely allow public officials to accept free tickets to nonprofit fundraisers because it is a critical part of their role to support our sector's private fundraising efforts and build relationships with nonprofits, particularly nonprofits led by and serving people of color who disproportionately experience homelessness. Some context here. Government contracts pay about 60 cents on the dollar for the essential work that nonprofits provide, and they support little more than poverty wages for our essential frontline workers who live on the edge of homelessness themselves. Oliver Wyman, Sea Change Capital Partners, and other consultants have documented, based on tens of thousands of Form 990 filings with the IRS, how fragile nonprofit finances are, particularly for operators of shelter and housing programs, because of chronic public underinvestment and overly burdensome regulations, including reporting requirements. It is absolutely essential that public officials, such as the head of the homeless department or the supervisor whose district we operate in, can attend nonprofit fundraisers and speak to the need for public financial support and donations for shelter, housing, mental health services, legal services, and more. Second, members of the public should not be subject to civil or criminal liability for violations of the city's gift rules that don't meet the definition of attempted bribery. The definition of restricted source would go beyond those who stand to personally benefit from decisions, expanding the definition to include contractors and anybody who, quote unquote, attempts to influence legislative or administrative action with severe civil and criminal penalties. This language is overly broad and dangerously vague. It would apply to members of the general public who participate in policy advocacy, even if they have no financial or economic benefit at stake. This undermines the civic participation that nonprofits need from our uncompensated boards of directors and our general community of donors and supporters. Nonprofit board members are altruistic volunteers who should not be treated the same as corporate board members who would benefit financially from a legislative or administrative decision. These and other general community members bring a very low risk of corruptive influence, and we should not disincentivize people with financial, HR, and other expertise from serving on nonprofit boards. We need more of a scalpel than a hammer here. We need to target those who intend to commit bribery, not bring a hammer down on members of the public who mobilize or engage with public officials to support a human right to housing or other basic services. The corollary here is that the corollary danger here is that this vague language could be enforced selectively against politically unpopular voices or marginalized communities. We have to construe this narrowly to target those whose intent is improper influence. Third, and related, the gifts prohibition does not stipulate a minimum value. It makes no distinction between attempted bribery and de minimis innocent transactions that are part of daily life and building relationships, like buying someone a cup of coffee as a token of their time and attention, or distributing flowers, giving holiday cards, or passing out political buttons. Public officials are people, they're members of the community, and they should have human connections with people and nonprofits in their orbit. We should not be penalizing de minimis everyday transactions and expressions of opinion. Fifth, a note on the chilling effect that was discussed earlier. I want to make an analogy here to the 2020 public charge rule issued by the Trump administration, which had a really chilling effect. Basically, it penalized people on their immigration applications for using certain health or human services programs. The rule was complicated and vague, and a lot of immigrants who were extremely poor and economically unstable simply stopped accessing public assistance of all kinds because they were afraid of being penalized for something that they couldn't, effectively navigate. And I want to say that I'm here on behalf of a lot of nonprofits who don't have the administrative capacity to be navigating really complex regulations, particularly in the health and homeless services sector, where we're putting out fires and dealing with crises every single day. And the chilling effect cited by officials earlier in the presentation, is absolutely a huge risk here. So I think it's really important to think about the different types of nonprofits, the different sectors, and the ways that they'd be impacted by this measure. And I think health and homeless services is a special case. Human services is a special case, and those nonprofits shouldn't be penalized by overly broad and vague language. Even larger nonprofits providing homeless services are dealing with the same chronic underinvestment and really need public officials to be partnering with us to raise private revenues to support our essential programs.
Your 5 minutes has expired.
Please stay on the line for Commissioner's questions. Commissioner Finlev?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Bacalao. Are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your comments. I have a couple of quick questions.
Okay.
On the, you mentioned free tickets to fundraisers and why that's important for city folks to attend. Is your experience that the city folks only go if the ticket is free? Like they wouldn't pay their own way or their departments wouldn't pay for them?
I can't speak specifically to that. I mean, I know that we, our public officials, in my experience, work very, very hard. They're, the head of the homeless department, that's a really difficult job. There's a lot of competing demands on people's time, and making it as easy as possible for them to attend nonprofit fundraising events and speak directly to our community of donors. It's very powerful when the head of a homeless department comes to a Compass Family Services event or a similar nonprofit and says, hey, these programs are great. We really need public support and donations. Like that really helps us. So I think making it as easy and simple as possible for those officials to attend, and not creating a sense that that things need to be double and triple checked to make sure that they're ethical is important.
Okay, then, yeah, I had a second question, which you kind of addressed, which was the value of folks from the city agencies being there. You kind of alluded to that. Is it that other donors see the head of whatever department and they think, this must be a good agency, I will support it, given that kind of a seal of approval? Is that kind of the dynamic that we're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really powerful to our boards of directors and community of donors and supporters when somebody high profile who, is running a department or is a supervisor, where, of the district where we're operating a shelter. It says a lot when they show up and encourage the public to donate. And we are expected to operate on smoke and mirrors. We're in the middle of a staffing crisis right now. The government contracts support little more than poverty wages for our essential frontline workers, janitors, desk clerks. So we really, really need public officials to come and support and encourage the public to make donations.
Can you give a range? How much do these fundraisers cost to attend?
Oh gosh, I couldn't give you like a general estimate of the ticket price. Yeah, I don't know. I think that would be tricky. I want to say anywhere from like $50 to $300. I couldn't really say.
Okay. And is it the case that there may be a fee to attend, and then the hope is that folks will contribute additional funds at the actual event?
Yes, there's silent auctions, there's live auctions, and the presence of public officials there is really critical for a lot of nonprofits.
Then you touched on the restricted source issue. One of the proposals by staff is to get rid of the affiliate coverage umbrella, I guess, and so limit it to just the entity itself being a restricted source. And if I'm misarticulating it, I hope Mr. Canning will correct me. But do you have thoughts about whether that proposal would address the concerns? And maybe before I have you answer, Mr. Canning can just tell me if I'm mischaracterizing it.
Yeah, the proposal or option outlined in the previous memo for the earlier meeting in February was to either get rid of the liability for giving gifts for that side of the transaction, so that giving a gift would not have liability associated with it. And a other variant of that would be to just make it so that affiliates don't have that giving liability, and it would just be isolated to the entity itself, which would mean that board members of nonprofits or other organizations wouldn't risk potential penalties for giving a gift.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Canning.
I'm not familiar with the affiliate language. I mean, boards of directors are part of the, they're the governing body of nonprofit agencies. So I think that would have to be very clearly carved out. And I also think it's important for nonprofit leaders like the CEO or the executive director or the chief financial officer or whatever to be able to engage with public officials. So I do still have concerns about that. I mean, I think not having a de minimis value and posing like severe civil and criminal penalties for like buying somebody a cup of coffee or giving them a holiday card is just it's ridiculous. It's a hammer, not a scalpel, and we need to be targeting transactions that have the intent of improper influence and bribery. And I think this is overly broadly construed.
Thank you, and thank you again for your patience. Thank you very much. I think Commissioner Bush has some questions.
Just a few. It's my understanding that nonprofit organizations do not have to disclose their contacts at City Hall. So unlike lobbyists, they're not considered a lobby. And so they do not disclose who they're meeting with or what about. Is that your understanding as well?
Well, I mean, I think nonprofits do have to make filings. Nonprofits, 501c3 nonprofits like Compass Family Services, for example. So we have a 501c3 tax exempt status. We've made a 501h election under the IRS code. So we do fill out a Schedule C on our Form 90, and we disclose amounts that we spend lobbying. We often engage our community of supporters to stand up for the human right to housing, to do policy advocacy on the city budget, to engage with public officials and encourage them to allocate funds for housing and mental health services and shelter services and other essential services and things like the city budget, which is an ordinance. So
I'm not questioning the value of the work that you do in reaching out to city officials. I'm only raising the issue of disclosures. Of who do you meet with and on what issue? And as you say, you in your 990 forms, you give a dollar amount that you spend in that kind of contacting, but
That's
that
right.
doesn't disclose who you met with or why.
That's true. That's true. We don't disclose, we're not required to disclose to the IRS specific supervisors or officials that we're meeting with. We're only required to disclose our lobbying expenses, but there are other rules, I mean, ethics rules governing our interactions with supervisors, for example. And, after, I don't know, our interactions, we're very careful. I mean, we'll pass around flowers or cards, but and those things are not clearly carved out of this measure.
I'm using you as an example, but not because I think that you are deserving of being pinned on the board. There are a number of nonprofits operating in the city that have budgets into the hundreds of millions of dollars, if not millions of dollars. It's also true that nonprofits do not disclose who are their contributors. Is that your understanding as well?
Well, many nonprofits they issue annual reports to the public, which do disclose foundations, individual donors by name, and the range of the donation. You can look on many nonprofit websites and find an annual report with those several pages of lists of who's made donations and in what general range. So a lot of nonprofits do disclose that information. And I think it's important to point out, yes, there are nonprofits with operating budgets in the hundreds of millions of dollars. The larger homeless services nonprofits have, like a very large operating budget would be maybe, Compass has maybe $17 million. And I have the administrative capacity and time to be here on a Friday afternoon. But, my coworkers who run agencies with a $2 million operating budget, they can't be here because they're on the ground in drop-in centers providing essential, frontline services. So I think, we're talking about pretty small, pretty fragile nonprofits here providing essential shelter and housing services.
And while you cannot endorse candidates, you can endorse and be involved in ballot measures. Is that correct?
Yes, we can. We're prohibited from endorsing or opposing candidates. That's right. But we do, our boards of directors can approve whether the agency endorses or opposes specific ballot measures. That's right.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the parameters of what the public sees and what the public doesn't see. Because I know that as a group, the controller says that nonprofits account for about $1.1 billion a year of San Francisco city budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bacalao, I started my career working in a community-based organization, very, very small with less than 2 rooms. So I can fully emphasize with what the community-based service organizations have to go through, their challenges with not only providing services, but the budgets and recruiting board members. I think that for the commission, I think we need to do a better job to articulate what we do, specifically some of the specific provisions in this proposal, because after hearing many comments, those concerns have been addressed. My one question to you is, as a community-based organizations, when you invite elected officials or public officials, my past experiences, you always want to highlight them. You always want to give them a role to, for them to talk about what they do and how they are connected with the community. So, Mr. Kenning, correct me if I'm wrong, but under this proposal, if the department representative is invited to represent the department, that is an allowable event for them to attend, right? So I want to make sure that, what this proposal does, it does impact our, partners in the nonprofit community, but I want to make sure that we all understand, what's contained in there, because when you talk about the chilling impact, I understand, but I don't want people to really have unfounded fears, because we're all in it together. And, if we need to do a better job to communicate what's in this proposal, please let us know how we can do a better job, because, if we're looking at the specifics in the provisions, some of the concerns that the callers have raised is already being addressed in this proposal.
Yes, Julie, I can confirm that in the current restricted source rule that's already in effect, there are exceptions for if the attendee is performing a ceremonial role or giving a speech. In addition to that, in the proposed regulation amendments, there's an additional exception proposed for exempting attendance at nonprofit fundraisers where it's necessary for the city official to do so to perform their city duties. So I believe those would capture that universe you're talking about.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And again, thank you, Ms. Pavlov, for calling in. Anyone else, moderator?
Shirley, can I have one more clarification, actually?
Sure.
There's been a lot of discussion about greeting cards as well. And, as I would currently interpret it, a greeting card would not be considered a thing of value. It's, there's certainly there maybe is a cost associated with sending it, but there's a cost associated with sending an email, and we wouldn't consider that to be a gift either. So I think we could, specify that, written communications wouldn't be considered anything of value, but I would not interpret it to be that way currently, that sending a greeting card would be something of value.
And also flags and other, appreciative gestures that is specifically for an individual that is of no value, right?
I believe things like that could be
Monetary value.
Yeah, I believe things like that could definitely be clarified to not have any value. I think part of the reasoning for recommending getting rid of the general $25 de minimis exception is that we've seen and articulated evidence of that being abused in report 2B, where departments would be bundling those up and say, oh, if we get $25 from different sources and stack them together, that still uses that exception to actually get things that are of higher value. So I think that's one of the concerns with keeping just a general dollar threshold. And then you have the other issue of people needing to count up dollar values, which we've heard could be prohibitive, people trying to track how much something is worth.
Thank you.
Chair Lee, if I may interject just very briefly on those last couple points that Mr. Canning made.
Okay. Please.
Yeah, very briefly. Yeah, I think it just may be helpful to the public and sort of everyone involved in this process if those further clarifications or interpretations that Mr. Canning provided were reflected in the regulations themselves. So currently on the sort of nonprofit fundraiser tickets, there is just a general reference to this concept of being necessary or being a necessity. If the intent is that it is necessary if the official is there to be recognized, for example, or is performing a ceremonial role or is giving a speech, it may be helpful to spell that out a little bit more. Likewise, if there are things that we don't consider be things of value, that may also be very helpful to spell that as well. Thank you.
Ceremonial role and giving a speech are separate, they're their own exceptions already that exist.
Yeah, certainly, but I think right now we're relying pretty heavily on the word necessary, and it may be helpful to spell out exactly what you consider to be necessary. That was my only suggestion. We don't need to resolve it all now. Thank you.
Great suggestion. Okay.
Okay, please stand by. Madam Chair, we have 5 remaining callers in the queue. Please stand by. Thank you, caller. Your 5 minutes begins now.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for holding this meeting. My name is Sean McMorris. I'm with California Common Cause. We're a good government nonprofit organization. I'm going to go ahead and read a statement that I submitted to you earlier today. California Common Cause commends the Ethics Commission and its staff for undertaking the task of overhauling the city and county's ethics laws to better prevent corruption, particularly the type of corruption in San Francisco that has made headlines over the last 2 years. Based on these recent scandals, it is clear that reforms are needed. The city has made significant headway on this front with the passage of Proposition F in 2019 and more recently the institution of meaningful behested payments reform. Improving San Francisco's campaign and governmental conduct code is a natural next step that California Common Cause supports. We have been in contact with SFEC staff and have reviewed the proposed changes to San Francisco's ethics code. We support the reforms in the current draft ordinance, but have one place of disagreement, specifically with the increased gift giver liability upon those who are not lobbyists or permit consultants. We understand the desire to hold gift givers seeking influence accountable, especially amidst current corruption scandals, and we support the concept of restricted sources. However, we have concerns that extending liability to the gift giver and their affiliates under the broad scope of doing business with a department could result in everyday folks or good actors unsuspectingly breaking the law and becoming liable. That said, we support the draft ordinance fully if liability, with the exception of lobbyists and permit consultants, is placed solely upon the city official or employee who is the recipient of the gift. Not only does this eliminate the potential for undue ensnarement or regular community members who are good actors under the law, but we believe it may also result in a more effective and efficiently enforced law. Simply put, chasing down gift givers and their affiliates who may or may not be bad actors is resource intensive and inefficient when the Ethics Commission can more effectively address the problem by placing clear and significant liability upon decision makers under its purview who are regularly trained and know their duties under the law. To summarize, we support liability for city employees who receive gifts from entities doing business before their departments or from affiliates of those entities doing business before their departments. We hope that by making extremely clear to city employees that accepting gifts from individuals with business before them will result in consequences, you can begin to change the culture within city government. Notwithstanding all of this, we support the prohibition of gift giving and liability placed upon lobbyists and permit consultants, as they are parties that are more prone to engage in pay to play, and as registrants with the city, they have a greater obligation to be acquainted with San Francisco's ethics laws. In closing, California Common Cause applauds the Ethics Commission's efforts to overhaul the city and county's code of conduct to better address the circumstances that led to recent corruption scandals. Transparency and accountability are cornerstones of a well-functioning democracy, and we believe this initiative ordinance will increase both. Accordingly, we support the draft ballot measure, if amended, to remove liability on gift givers, except for lobbyists and permit consultants, and place sole responsibility of adherence to the law upon the city and county officers and officials whose duty it is to know and abide by San Francisco's campaign and governmental conduct code. Thank you for your hard, dedicated work to building a better local democracy in San Francisco.
Thank you. Comments? Questions? Commissioner?
Thank you. Yeah, quick comment. Thank you, Mr. McMorris, for calling in. I started my ethics career at Common Cause maybe 20 years ago. I've never met you or spoken with you, but I'm thrilled that Common Cause is paying attention and has weighed in. I'm curious whether you know about other municipal agencies and their ethics commissions, whether you can kind of broadly compare the amount of regulations and laws we have in place locally compared to other municipal entities. And that may be too vague or broad for you to opine on. I'm just curious whether you have that knowledge.
Sure. Actually, that was a question one of our board members brought to my for me to research when we brought this to them for consideration. And what I had time to research, first of all, most cities that are large enough to have ethics and lobbying laws, the bigs are going to be the big cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco. So where we found similar laws to what you are proposing exist in Los Angeles and San Jose. There may be more, but I didn't have time to research further. And what I will say about those two cities, Los Angeles has a fairly robust and extensive ethics law on restricted sources, but they do place liability solely on the gift receiver, not the gift giver. San Jose is a little bit, actually, but quite frankly, San Jose's law is quite vague. So it appears that they place liability on both the giver and the receiver, but there is very little detail on what that entails and who that might be. So it's probably not a law that we would support if it was written like that.
Great, thank you for that, and thank you again for your patience and for participating. I hope this won't be the last meeting that Common Cause and everyone else who called in today called in for. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. If no other questions, the next caller, please.
Please stand by. Madam Chair, there are 4 callers remaining in the queue. Thank you, caller. Your 5 minutes begins now.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the time and effort you're putting into now analyzing this issue. My name is Kaushik Roy. I'm the executive director of a longtime safety net nonprofit here in the city called the Shanti Project. We are in our 48th year and serve many different marginalized communities, including people with HIV, immigrant women with cancer, public housing residents, isolated seniors, and others. And I am wanting to, like some of the other folks, really express my sincere concerns around what might happen or what I think would happen if this moves forward. San Francisco has a really unique, innovative public health system. In fact, in the national lexicon, there is the phrase, the San Francisco model, referring to practices that began here in our city and have been adopted by other communities and cities. If not the most foundational reason for this kind of success, one of the biggest reasons for this kind of success is the very special access and relationships that nonprofits have with city officials and city departments. They lead to better outcomes because it's all about relationships and trust, and you cannot build those unless you have the opportunity to do so. I know there's been some questioning of this idea of the chilling effect. I think it is very real. I think it will impact folks. I think people will choose not to bother rather than having to worry about what they may or may not do that's correct or not correct, especially when there are fines involved and severe penalties involved. Being in a nonprofit, and I'm not talking about as an executive director, but others, it is thankless enough. This is just one layer of trouble that you're putting on folks, and it's not right, it's not fair, and who ultimately will be penalized most. And we know this because those who are always the biggest victims of unintended political consequences are those who have the least voice. And that is the clients of nonprofits like Shanti and so many others. And that is who's going to pay the brunt of this moving forward if it does. I want to give you a quick example, a real practical example of why these relationships are so important, because we're still living through it. When Mayor Breed had to declare her shelter in place, all the safety net nonprofits in this city dropped everything and we're working with our partners in the city to do whatever it took for this pandemic that we knew nothing about. We are able to do that because we know our partners in the city, and the partners in the city know us, and we know what we can accomplish when we work together. For Shanti, there's a very specific example at the beginning of COVID. I was contacted that week by a department head who was familiar with Shanti's volunteer model and volunteer programs, and Shanti was asked to create an emergency response volunteer program, specifically so that there would be people in San Francisco ready to go to help in whatever way would be necessary as the pandemic unfolded. Within 2 weeks, there was a full-fledged brand new program that was vetting and recruiting and supporting hundreds of new volunteers. The reason that that happened is because of the relationships we had formed with the people in the city. I think there are so many inequities that are not being addressed here that really should be. If indeed the racial equity analysis has not happened, it would be a shame. It would be a shame for this to continue without that. The fact that I can be on the phone since 10 a.m. for 4 hours is because I'm on vacation and I'm able to do that. But just the idea that you would expect us to read 8 different reports and think that we have the time to do something like that or the resources to do something like that shows a really huge disconnect. And I think in listening to the previous callers and speakers, there is a real disconnect here that I want to underscore. That disconnect is between what the commissioners seem to be focusing on and what the speakers seem to be focusing on. It sounds like to me that the commissioners are, or some of them, those who are speaking, are putting a lot of emphasis on the letter of the law. What does the law say? What are the exceptions? What can be exempted? And what we are all telling you as members of the community is it's not about the letter of the law. It is about the unintended consequences of the letter of the law. And the unintended consequence of just this process happening, of having to have dialogue where certain specific examples are parsed out and addressed as to whether
Your 5
this would
minutes
be
has
something that-
expired.
Thank you for the time.
You can stay on the line, sir, in case there's any questions.
Sure.
I have a question too. I'm sorry I've been off camera for the past half hour or so. Apologize to everyone. So first of all, I wanted just to state broadly my feelings, and I suspect that they're shared by many commission members. We certainly don't want to create unintended consequences. And we certainly don't want to add undue burdens, especially upon small nonprofit agencies that are doing such important community work in San Francisco. Our principal concern, or my principal concern and worry, are the larger, more sophisticated actors who actually crowd out and I think shoulder out and play unfair advantage against the lower, smaller organizations. And I intent, at least here, is to make it an equal playing field as much as possible. I have one question that I wonder if the caller or others online might feel would address some of these concerns, is if smaller budgeted, and I don't know what that would mean, organizations were exempt from these laws, because you're right, compliance can be difficult at times, and we don't want to put undue burdens, compliance burdens on some organizations. Of course, I've not discussed this with any of my commission members. I'm just saying, would that be a possible solution to some of your concerns?
Sure, it possibly could. I think the whole process of how that happens is going to be very complicated and nuanced. This is going to sound like I'm going down a rabbit hole, but if you'll give me a 15-second indulgence, there was once a conversation between Carl Sagan and the Dalai Lama, and Carl Sagan said, "What if I could prove beyond a shadow of a doubt there is no reincarnation?" And the Dalai Lama paused and he said, "Well, if you could prove beyond a shadow of a doubt there's no reincarnation, I guess I'd have to stop believing in reincarnation." Now, Carl, how are we going to make that proof? How are we going to prove that? I think you have a system that'd be very complicated, even though the intention is really good, if we could maybe parse out smaller nonprofits or those who are most affected. But what I would like to say is this, as it's being presented, is actually doing the opposite of what you're saying your intention is. It is making it much more difficult for the smaller nonprofits. And just to be clear, I certainly do not envy any of the commissioners right now. I think you're in a very difficult situation where there is pressure to make sure things like that have happened the last couple of years don't, but you're also hearing from community-based organizations that there's some serious concerns and you are caught in the middle. I don't think anyone, I shouldn't speak for anyone, for myself and the majority of folks who are speaking, we know that you're trying to do the right thing, but we're really asking you to please rely on the experts, on their expertise. And so when we tell you it's not about the letter of the law and there are unintended consequences, we are asking you to trust the decades and decades and decades and decades of experience that are reflected in these calls in doing this work day in and day out.
Thanks.
I have a question if no one else.
Yes.
Thank you, Director Roy. And I appreciate it's not about the letter of the law, so I'm not going to ask you about specific provisions. But I'm curious, in terms of the chilling effect, if there are specific activities that you think would be chilled. So I'm not asking what the law makes illegal. I'm asking the flip side of that.
Yeah, I think it is like any other business, and I don't know what careers all of you are in or have come from, but it's all about the relationships. It's about the people who you want to work with because you know that they'll do what they say they will do, and you know their quality of work, and you know their word. And how do you create those relationships? You create those relationships through interactions. You create those relationships through having coffees and through having meals and having folks visit your offices, having folks visit your events. And one thing that hasn't been talked about on the event ticket situation, which really needs to be focused on, is that there is an educational component to the events. Officials don't just come so they can be paraded, right? Officials come to also learn about services and new programs. I personally have invited many officials over the years, especially when they're new programs, to come to our events or try to stop by our events specifically to learn more about Shanti, especially if they're newer in their positions. So I apologize for going down that rabbit hole. Back to this. It's about relationship building. It's about having the relations with folks that you trust and what you do to make that happen. It's interactions. After a while, you start texting folks. You start spending time with folks in a way where you get to know them better and who they are and what they believe believe in and why they do what they do for the community. We are a minority in the big scheme of things of people in the country. The number of folks who decide to go into the nonprofit work to help the most marginalized for very little pay is a very small portion of a nation that essentially encourages, if not demands, that you look out for yourself first. And so we have each other's backs, and we look out for each other, and we try to get the work done and try to get the job done. And that always comes back to the mission, and that is serving marginalized communities. So I hope that answers or is a little bit responsive to your question around that.
It is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roy. Commissioner Bush.
Thank you. I'd just like to note that there are other models that we could look at. In Los Angeles, for example, most of their rules on ethics disclosures and reporting do not apply to organizations that file an abbreviated 990 and who are engaged in providing housing and food and similar human service needs and receive city funding. So with that caveat, a lot of the provisions that are viewed as too challenging would not come into play in San Francisco if we exempted groups that file, what is it? It's a 990S or something. It's for groups that receive very little funding and whose funding is for housing and human services, and which also receive public funding. That seems to square the corners of what we're looking at. So I'd like to share that with my colleagues.
Yeah. And if I may, Commissioner, thank you for sharing that. I think that actually leads to something I meant to say before I ran out of time, which is we can get this right. If we're not worried about getting this done quickly, we can get this right. There is enough open-mindedness on the commission, which truly I and others appreciate, really do appreciate. And there are enough actors, if you will, in the community who are so concerned about this that want to make sure to get this right. If the timeline is given, we can get this right. It just won't be the fastest way to go. And so I absolutely think what you're suggesting and other ideas and thoughts on looking at other models would be great. And I also think, a lot of, especially the smaller nonprofits, they don't have the ability to be a part of these kinds of conversations. So not just because they have to put aside, half a day to be here, they should also be invited to the proverbial table as well. So thank you for that.
I just like to make clear that I'm not advocating a delay in our moving forward, because I think there's an expectation from the public to see some action after all of the arrests that have taken place. And for that matter, while we have not heard from a lot of the small nonprofits, and that's obviously a concern, it concerns me that we've heard nothing from BOA or firefighters or the building trades unions. And those are the places where there have been the most serious issues. So the fact that they are not participating is a cause of some concern.
I think a delay would be something that should really merit a lot of consideration if the goal is to get this done right, respectfully.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roy. Next caller, please.
Please stand by. We have 3 more callers waiting in the queue. Welcome, caller. Your 5 minutes begins now.
My name is Kathy Lowry, and I am representing Larkin Street Youth Services, one of the city's largest community-based organizations serving young people who are experiencing homelessness. Given the recent corruption scandals, Larkin Street is in support of the city's measures that have been put forth by the Ethics Commission. There are, however, aspects of these laws that have been eloquently expressed prior to me on this call, aspects of these laws that could negatively impact the partnerships between city departments and the nonprofit agencies that contract with them, and these relationships are crucial. First of all, the restricted source, the definition of it as is currently proposed, is overly broad, expanding restricted sources to include members of the public who participate in public advocacy, for example, even if they have nothing to gain personally. These people could be subject to strict liability penalties for taking actions that were nothing more than efforts to build collaboration with city departments. The attempt to influence language is vague and could easily be misinterpreted. It could turn someone who expresses an opinion or offers a nominal gift into a restricted source who is then subject to a liability. And I guess I'm wondering what kind of staffing resources are going to be required to monitor all of this and what expense that's going to incur. Simply put, the suggested increase in the numbers and types of persons categorized as restricted sources would only serve through its onerous implementation to draw attention away from the more serious cases of corrupt influence that triggered all of this in the first place. Attendance at nonprofit fundraisers, that's gotten a lot of attention, deservedly so. We appreciate the fact that the ethics staff has proposed language in their recent FAQ that would permit free attendance at events if necessary for the public officials to carry out their duties. And yet we'd like the language of the ruling to be further clarified and expanded, actually, to allow public officials to attend events for organizations even if they're not directly affiliated with them, and to not restrict the number of events an official could attend. And public officials should not be limited to just monitoring an event. Attending these events gives them the opportunity to learn more about our work, about our community, to show leadership in the community, to support our fundraising efforts. And these events are important because they are, among other things, a testament to our private donors of the strength and positive impact of the city and the nonprofits working together to build and support the community. That's been said before, and it's very true. The participation of a public official at an event, whether or not that person is directly linked to the organization, can actually inspire increased private giving, the very reason that the event is being held in the first place. On the bright side, my understanding is that the measure exempts uncompensated members of boards of directors of nonprofit organizations from the definition of restricted sources. And if that's the case, we definitely support that. Also, my understanding is that there's a willingness to consider retaining the following exceptions to local and state gifts. That is, personalized plaques and trophies of less than $250 in value. This type of recognition doesn't provide any monetary benefit to a public official, but in fact could be a meaningful way to recognize the role that a public partner has played in helping a nonprofit achieve a major milestone, for example. Again, it only serves to further strengthen the partnership between public and private agencies. It's been stated back and forth, and I'm not sure of this, but non-cash gifts of $25 or less per occasion, up to 4 times per calendar year, is being considered. This generally amounts to simple courtesies such as lunch offered to officials visiting a nonprofit for an event or attending a meeting. Larkin Street acknowledges the importance of the work that the Ethics Commission is doing and respects it. That said, we request that you focus on the major actions that can, as we've already witnessed, lead to corruption, while concurrently we ask that you protect the non-threatening activities that serve to strengthen the partnerships between the city and the nonprofit contractors that are often, in fact, an important part of their day-to-day business dealings. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, questions?
I have a question about whether the caller or any of the callers feel that groups like the America's Cup, which had a budget of $12 billion, drawn largely from city contractors, or funding for the City Hall celebration, which ran about $700,000, or the sister city committees. How do people feel about the groups that fund those activities that are under the direct control of an elected city official, but which are nonprofits?
Yes, it's a good question, but I think it's not within the realm of what we're talking about here. Most of us who are calling in are with either small or somewhat larger nonprofit organizations that are doing social services work, that are doing work in the community that's actually crucial to keeping the community strong. I can see where you've raised the question about some of these larger organizations and larger events. I think they'd need to be judged separately, but that isn't really what we're talking about here in terms of the social services and other nonprofit organizations that have been calling in.
The legislation as proposed and covers both types of nonprofits. It doesn't make a distinction. I'm asking whether you think there should be a distinction. And if there is a distinction, do you think it should be, the distinction should break along the lines of the 990EZ filings, which are for groups that do what you say. They are providing housing or food or other services to homeless people.
I think that would be worth looking at.
Have you looked at it?
I have not.
Thank you.
Commissioner Finloff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Bush. I think the concept of distinguishing between different entities is a worthwhile one to pursue. I don't know anything about the Form 990EZ, but I will educate myself after this. I do have a question for Ms. Lowry, and thank you for calling in. Two things. First, you mentioned something about attendance at events by organizations that are not affiliated with, I think I got confused. I was hoping you could clarify that. I may have misheard.
So from what I can understand and what I've read and heard is that public officials who attend events must be directly affiliated or contracting with, or whatever verb you want to use, with the organization whose event they are attending. I'm not so sure that it should be that restrictive, because I think it's to the benefit of public officials in a number of different capacities to attend events to learn about what's going on in the community.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, there may be a misunderstanding there. As I understand it, and Mr. Canning can clarify, but there's nothing in the measure that restricts attendance by a department head to an agency that they're affiliated with. It's the case that if there is a certain affiliation, it may trigger a potential gift limit if there's a restricted source. So it's there may be just it's a confusing piece potentially. But I had a second question, which is, you mentioned uncompensated board members not being covered by the restricted source definition. That is not in the current proposal, but it's one of the options that Mr. Canning, that staff has proposed, I think, in terms of excluding the affiliate from the definition of a restricted source. And it sounds like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you're saying you would be in favor of that kind of carve out so that uncompensated board members are not covered by the restricted source definition and would not be liable for giving certain gifts. Is that right?
I would be in favor of the measure exempting uncompensated board members of the boards of directors of nonprofit organizations.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought that's what you're saying. I think Michael can correct me if I'm wrong. In the current proposal, that's not the case, but that is one of the options that you spelled out.
Yes, and we would support that.
Correct. I mean, that notion of not considering nonprofit board members to be affiliates has been floated by others. Staff's proposal for consideration was to exempt them from the giving liability. So in that situation, a member of a nonprofit board would still be a restricted source if the nonprofit they're affiliated with is a restricted source, but they would not have any liability for giving the gift. It would be the responsibility of the city official to not accept that gift. And I'd also like to clarify the point about expanding the attempt to influence prong. The measure does not really do that. The existing restricted source rule already has an attempt to influence prong. So if you're attempting to influence a city official, knowingly attempting to influence an officer or employee in any legislative or administrative action, that's already prohibited by the restricted source rule, and that would continue with the proposal as it is now. And there are a series of exceptions in the regs that carve out certain types of communication. For example, if it's communication at a public meeting or public comment, that doesn't count as an attempt to influence. Or if you're making a speech at a public event for educational purposes, that also doesn't count. So that's already kind of in the law and not proposing being changed.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Canning, for that clarification.
If no more comments, the next caller, please.
Please stand by. Currently have 2 more callers in the queue. Thank you, caller. Your 5 minutes begins now.
Hi, Commissioners. This is Debbie Lerman from the San Francisco Human Services Network. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Unfortunately, we did lose speakers because of the long delay, so I wanted to let you know that. It is important to address acts of corruption in light of the recent scandals, and we need to ensure strong laws, but we still believe that this measure goes too far in several ways. To address nonprofit fundraisers, it is important to our community-based organizations that they continue to be allowed to provide public officials with free tickets to nonprofit fundraisers. The proposal to require that it be a necessary part of the job fails to recognize the partnership between the city and the nonprofit health and human service organizations that are serving our vulnerable residents on the front lines. This language is vague and inadequate. It's common practice to provide public officials with tickets, and it's not to encourage corruption. It's because we need the city to partner with us in raising private funds to support our organizations. And as a previous caller stated, are woefully underfunded contracts where we are expected to raise additional funds in the community. We believe that this is a necessary part of their job with benefit to both the city and the CBOs. Their attendance demonstrates leadership and support and builds bridges with our staff and donors. The inability to provide tickets would also have a disproportionate and inequitable impact on smaller nonprofits, particularly those serving marginalized populations and communities of color who often have less access at City Hall and seek to educate public officials about their work. But even our larger health and human service groups are underfunded and need that support. These are not organizations with hundreds of millions of dollars in their budget, and they have a lot of hard work to do to raise the money to remain sustainable. Regarding the restricted source proposals and the value of gifts, this measure equates small everyday transactions of nominal value with bribery, and it equates members of the public who express policy opinions with paid lobbyists for profit-making corporations. In regulating gifts, it's important to focus enforcement on transactions where there is a real risk of corruptive influence, rather than banning the day-to-day expressions of community. The measure would eliminate many sensible state exemptions that recognize that public officials have lives and relationships that involve innocent interactions. The measure would turn thousands of people into restricted sources if they simply express an opinion on a policy issue, for example, by emailing their supervisor, even if they have no intent and have no reason to be aware of the city's laws and regulations on ethics. This is distinct from those who have a personal, financial, or economic interest in legislative or administrative action. The measure also has no minimal gift value, so a cup of coffee or a promotional item like a nonprofit t-shirt would violate the law. It means a lot to an organization to see your supervisor wearing your t-shirt in the district where you provide services. Even the strict $15 limit on office courtesies is unrealistic in San Francisco and does not cause the level of corruption of wining and dining, nor is there a provision to adjust for inflation in the future. Similarly, the measure should not include uncompensated members of nonprofit boards in regulating contractors. Our board members are thousands of altruistic volunteer community members who should not be treated the same as corporate board members who would benefit financially from a decision. There's a very low risk of corruptive influence, and it's hard enough to get people to serve on boards without creating complicated rules for them to navigate, and particularly for smaller organizations that don't have the administrative staff and resources that larger ones have. If we need to strengthen our gift laws beyond bribery cases, we need to focus on those situations that involve clearly corrupting actions, rather than casting suspicion on any kind of interaction. We should be looking at what actually happened in the recent scandal that was not already illegal. Some of that has been addressed through behested payments regulations and other conversations that have been happening both at the board and this commission. But I feel that this really gets too far into the day-to-day innocent interactions. And I
5 minutes has expired.
Thank you.
Commissioner Finlove?
Oh, sorry, there was a residual hand, but I do have a question. Director Lerman, thank you for calling in, and thank you also for the letter you submitted. I read that and all the public comment letters we got. One of your proposals was that instead of being limited to necessary attendance, city folks be able to accept gifts to attend fundraisers where it's beneficial to the city. I'm wondering whether, in your experience, I think attendance is beneficial to the city. Why wouldn't the city department pay for its folks to attend? If you haven't, I know you're not representing the city, but I'm just based on your experience, if you can speak to that.
Yeah, I think that was alluded to earlier today in your discussion, whether we would expect the city taxpayers to be putting out that kind of money on a regular basis to attend nonprofit events. There are hundreds of nonprofits that contract with the city. And how do you pick and choose who gets someone to go and who doesn't? What kind of reporting would they have to do? What kind of justification? It could become a very complicated situation to determine who gets to go. So I think that would be a problematic way to go about it. I would not expect public officials to pay for it out of their own pockets. I would not expect the city to just routinely send people to these kinds of events.
Oh, and then related question to that, in your experience, are the only city attendees folks who've been given tickets? You've never seen city folks pay out of their own pocket or have the department pay for it? Attending where you have to pay to go to a fundraiser?
I don't know about whether city departments have paid for it. Certainly there have been public officials who've paid for events out of their own pocket. But that doesn't mean they're going to do it all the time. They're regular people. They only make so much money, and we all pick and choose which nonprofits we want to support. And this is a way to increase those ties with public officials and get them into the room where they can help talk to your donors, talk to your staff, and show that kind of leadership. And I think the phrase earlier was a seal of approval.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for that. And part of this exercise for me is understanding how things happen on the ground right now, to the extent that we are regulating this area. So it's helpful for me to understand a little bit more about how it works. So thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
Commissioner Romano?
Yeah, I just wanted to also say that I understand that the relationship between government officials and nonprofit organizations is important, and having those close relationships are important. But it's also, in some ways, the heart of the problem that we're trying to navigate, because you don't want officials supporting nonprofit organizations because they happen to be pals, or because they happen to have enjoyed a particular concert, or had a great dinner, or were feted in a specific way. We really want, organizations that should be supported on their merits, not because of super close relationships. And that's, difficult, obviously, to navigate as we've been discussing. I would be curious to figure out, the budget implications, but it does seem to me, if it's a necessary part of the job, that the government agency should pay for it. And if it's not a necessary part of the job, then the government official should be able to go on his or her own dime. Finally, I think your point is well taken, and I hope that you appreciate that it looks like the commission is also appreciating that we do not want to add administrative burdens, especially to small nonprofit organizations, and that we're trying to navigate a way that small organizations, community-based organizations that are providing a vital service and do not have the administrative sophistication or resources to navigate these laws are somehow exempted or given an easier path through, because I really do appreciate that. And that's not our principal concern, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, first of all, I do respect the integrity of our public officials, and I can't think of many who would support a nonprofit contract simply because they got to go to an event. I see the city regulating and conducting tremendous oversight over its nonprofits, and there's a lot of accountability in those contracts and reports and site visits and things like that, and outcome reporting, and I hear good questions from our public officials when they're considering whether to renew a contract or award a contract. I don't see these little transactions as rising to the level where it would cause corruption. It's not like they're being given a tractor or a Rolex. And I also think that these events do provide the opportunity for organizations to get public officials in the door to learn about what their organizations do in the community. And that is helpful for them to know what services are available in their districts or in the city, and for the community members that their departments work with. It just provides that stronger partnership and view of everything that's going on in the city and what is out there in terms of services. So I really don't find the risk of corruption in these kinds of events that I'm hearing as a fear. It's not what happened in the recent scandals. And I kind of think if your job is to look for dirt under rugs, you may start to see dirt under every rug. And in many cases, it's just dust. This is minor stuff in the grand scheme of things. There's no way you can equalize everything, but the opportunity to have officials at events helps the large and the small. It helps all of us.
Commissioner Bush?
I would just point out that the free gifts are not really about birthday cards. It's having a cottage at Hetch Hetchy, which is under the control of SFPUC. And they are given out to friends and allies who can perhaps offer a benefit of more support for PUC budget. And the same thing goes at Rexton Park. They have dozens of tickets that are given to whatever open lands or whatever the event is that takes place. It's not a small amount of tickets. It's over 50. And it's worth quite a bit of money. So when you draft a rule, you can't say we're not going to cover certain kinds of things. You have to say, what are we covering and what are we dealing with? And that requires a willingness on everyone's part, including the nonprofits, because they are one of the beneficiaries back in the day when San Francisco owned its own stadiums and had sky boxes, the mayor had one and Reckitt Park had one, not one seat, one box. And they would then be made available sometimes to nonprofits. It's a very nice perk.
Yes, I appreciate that, Commissioner Bush, and I do think I hope what we're trying to get at here with this measure is those kinds of large gifts that may actually lead somebody to make a decision on a policy matter or a legislative matter that is not in the community's best interest. But we're not talking about cottages or skyboxes here, and we're not talking about, the giants or for-profit entities or anything like that. We're talking about community serving nonprofit organizations, and setting aside the America's Cup and the hundreds of millions of dollars that a tiny number of nonprofits have. 70% of nonprofits have budgets under $500,000. And even in San Francisco, even $20 or $30 million is not a huge budget in terms of the ability to provide the kinds of services that are needed on the ground in the homeless community or in the mental health realm. These are not big budgets, and they're not offering those kinds of gifts to anybody. And there's just nothing on the level that's going to cause a public official to sway their decision for any kind of personal benefit. So the question becomes, how do you get at that, the 1% and not have those unintended consequences for the 99% who are doing great work?
What do you think about?
And there's got to be balance there.
What do you think about?
Well, then the 990 EZ is only for tiny organizations. That does not solve the problem. I honestly, the vast majority of the 990, I think it's like $200,000 or something like that is the 990 EZ, if I remember correctly.
What if there was some number? What would be the number that would make it reasonable to distinguish between small community organizations who are doing great services and the large actors who may improperly throw their weight around?
I would put it way up there. I don't know, just to throw out a number off the top of my head, $100 million are the really large ones.
A year?
Yeah. Yeah, that's big. In San Francisco, a $30 million organization is not that big.
Oh.
In terms of what they're trying to do.
A $30 million organization certainly has resources to navigate regulations and rules that we're talking about, in my opinion.
But in the health and human services world, if they're city funded at that level, they are being underfunded. The city does not fully fund health and human service nonprofits.
Sure.
And the large organizations just have that much more money that they need to raise from the private community, and again, need that support by having public officials come to their fundraisers and things like that.
I appreciate it. I guess my point is that, the public official's job is not to raise money for you. The public official's job is to run the city. And if it's important for the public official to be at that organization, then it's a necessary part of their job, in which case I think that the agency should pay for it. The principal job here of the city official is to run their agency, not to help the fundraisers, although I understand that it does. But I do share the concern that especially small organizations have a lot of administrative tasks that we don't want to burden them with. $100 million organization, I think, can manage the administrative rules and regulations that might be enacted.
And I would just suggest that it is their job in the sense, and I'm not saying their job is to go out and specifically to raise money for us, but because of the way the contracting system is set up, you get a contract and you're expected to provide some level of matching private dollars. And it is to the city's benefit that its contractors be sustainable and not teetering on the edge of financial, brinksmanship all the time. We need to have strong organizations, and we need the city's help. If we're expected to go out and raise those dollars and not having our contracts fully funded, then I would say it is incumbent on the city to do what it can to support those fundraising efforts.
I would agree. If it's a necessary part of their job and if it is incumbent upon the city to do it and it is for the best interest of the city, then the city should pay for it. That's my position.
And I would say the city won't pay for it.
A very quick specific question to that point. I think Director Lerman, are you saying that city contractors may get a contract with the city that says, organization to help stray dogs will raise X dollars privately to match whatever the city is giving me in order to fulfill whatever obligations the city and I are entering into? Is that?
That's in effect, effectively, that's the way it works. The city puts out an RFP, everybody submits bids, you bid whatever amount of dollars you think it will cost you to do the contract. You get the contract, and then the negotiations begin. And the city comes in, basically says, we're only going to give you the same amount you got last year. Go out and raise the rest. Some departments actually do have specific matching. You need to raise X percent of the cost of this. But in other cases, it's just a matter of this is what we have. This is what you're going to get.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question for Ms. Lerman. This is about the appearance of equity and fairness. So for a community service organization who could afford to underwrite a free ticket to a fundraiser compared to another nonprofit who's got a much smaller budget, who cannot write off a $100 rubber chicken dinner to invite a city official. That to me is inequity. So how do you resolve that? Unless the government pays for the contractor to attend all the grantees event, just to be fair, so that it's not relying on who can pay for that extra ticket. That would give the appearance that they have a better access to potential funding source.
That's a great question, and the organization may decide it's worth the cost of underwriting that ticket just to get the public official there because of the benefits that will come from having that person at the event.
If they could afford it. The actual cost may not be, it may be
$100 ticket, but the actual cost of the food may not be $100 because the organization has some profit built into the cost of the ticket to support their work. But they may find that it is worth it to do that. So they do it.
Inequity concerns for me. Anyway, thank you so much for hanging in there and speaking with us. Mr. Moderator, the next caller, please.
Please stand by. We have one more caller in the queue, and it is 2:44 p.m. Thank you, caller. Your 5 minutes begins now.
So, commissioners, I wanted to give up 45 minutes ago because I see this discussion is really not focused on what you really have to address. This is about a scandal that I started on monitoring 15 years ago. And y'all have turned your attention to some city officials attending nonprofit meetings, which is something very small. Let me give you chronologically the SFPUC situation, where $300 million was set aside as community benefits, which was divided into two, $150 million handled by Dwayne Jones, who at that time was a point of contact for AECOM, and $150 million to Juliet Alice, who worked for the SFPUC. Now, the first thing Juliet Alice did was she sent $200,000 to Green for All. This matter went before the Fair Political Practices Commission. They fined her. This matter also came before the Ethics Commission. They gave her a slap on her hand. The Ethics Commission gave a slap on her hand to Juliet Ellis. Now, here's the Ethics Commission trying to talk about public officials, and that's not where the crux of the problem is. The crux of the problem is millions of dollars. Why should Health Right 360 get millions of dollars who are headquartered in LA? Why should young community developers have the ability to have Dwayne Jones give them some money, who in turn, YCD gives him some money back as a consultant, say $200,000. So they keep half of it and give half of it back. And the Ethics Commission doesn't know anything. Even now, the Ethics Commission does not have the ability to monitor. They only have the ability to have these meetings where they talk and they talk and they talk and they talk, but they can do nothing. The most important thing is enforcement. One of your commissioners, maybe two of your commissioners said, this corruption thing is going on too long. People are fed up. Of course we are fed up. I'm fed up. I started it 15 years ago. And I'm watching you all talking nonsense. We have over 50 people who are indicted. Do a needs assessment. Why are they indicted? Do a needs assessment why Holland Kelly comes before the court 15 times and they kick the can down the street. Do a needs assessment. Who's behind this? Is it the government? Is it somebody else? Now, you commissioners, if you go to the year 1996, find out who the mayor was and find out if corruption really started in 1996. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about, but most of y'all don't. These nonprofits who are doing their work, it's a joke, like, year after year, they come before the Board of Supervisors asking for money, begging for money, year after year. You'll have to review those tapes to find out that the system is broke, that we have very, 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 very corrupt people in government, heads of departments, that the Ethics Commission is dysfunctional. The Sunshine Task Force is important. The Controller's Office is broke. So check this out. The former city attorney now is the general manager of SFPUC. That's the fox guarding the chicken coop. What is it that you don't get? What is it that you don't get? So are just wasting our time. I've got so much empirical data that not once did the Ethics Commission send me an email or call me and say, Mr. DeCosta,
your 5 minutes has expired.
Can you share the data?
Any comments from the commissioners? If none, the public comment for...
Madam Chair, we have one more caller in the queue that just popped in.
I'll also just say, I just wanted to say, like, I appreciate the frustration. And we're really, I hope that what you see here is we're really working hard to try to come up with a good solution here. Some of us are very new to the commission through the normal attrition of the way the commission member seats rotate. So we are playing some catch up here. we are really trying hard, and we realize this is important. And the whole deal is that we want to get it right. So, but I hear your frustration.
I would add to Francisco's comments, the recent controller's report on grants by the, what is it, the PUC to community-based groups, and how they were done without any criteria other than handing out the money. He certainly, I attended the Ethics Commission hearings on Juliet Ellis, and there was a strong overtone in that meeting of defending her because of her race, or the race of the people who benefited, rather than the issues that were at hand.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we have one more caller in the queue. 2:51 p.m. Please stand by. Thank you, caller. Your 5 minutes begins now.
Hi, this is Vinay Patel again. I took 3 minutes earlier. I wonder if I could take 30 seconds right now, because I didn't know that there was going to be an after one, before and after. One of the things I wanted to bring up in this really important conversation was that a lot of the corruption that was happening and some of the examples were given to for-profit entities, except for this PUC thing that, that were just brought up here. But a lot of the organizations calling now, and I guess a majority of them, are small nonprofits, and small meaning more than 200,000. 200,000 is not a large organization. Most organizations are above 200,000, especially in San Francisco, and they're considered small. And I bring that up because the 990 EZ, you can only file it if you're 200 or more, which is like a two-person organization, which is very, very, very tiny. And so there are some organizations larger than that still fall, in the cracks here. I also wanted to bring up the fact that, without the relationship that ethnic and small organizations can have with elected officials and department heads to show what happens in the community, there is absolutely no way that they can be competitive in these processes. And it's helped out tremendously to be able to have a relationship, to have staff come into the community and see how the community functions, because on paper, you cannot describe and make an effort, describe and be successful and able to show why an organization serving a small community is worthy of having city investment. And that's how we were able to break these barriers that are, were built and made for large institutions to be able to navigate. And because we're able to have that connection back and forth to show it, that actually is it, we're able to move forward in making things more equitable. And so I would urge, like, if the issue and the issue is these things going out to unions and whatever, all these other things, then it should be tailored that way and go for it. And a lot of the folks that you're hearing from right now are from social service organizations, and that's where we're falling, in the crossfire over here. And that's why I do think that we should take a breath and a moment to say, okay, what are we really trying to get to? Who are we trying to get to? And make sure it's tailored to that. So thank you so much for listening to me again. I really appreciate the commission and staff that's worked so hard on this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Patel. Do we have any other callers?
No, Vice Chair. No, Chair Lee. There are no more callers in the queue.
Okay, so the public comment for agenda item number 3 is closed. Colleagues, we've heard a lot during today. Doesn't look like we can take specific action on the proposed ballot measure by itself. but do I entertain any suggestions on how to move this forward? And more importantly, one thing that's come up is how do we report back to the people of San Francisco of what we've done the last several months and practically the last couple of years. Any discussions? Commissioner Finlap?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say I think this has been incredibly productive. I think we've gotten a lot of good feedback from folks calling in. I want to thank them for their patience. In terms of moving forward, my intention is to digest and ruminate on some of the very specific suggestions and observations that have been made, share them with the staff, and hopefully staff can incorporate them to the extent that they think it makes sense as options in the future, similar to the way the staff did previously, where it took some suggestions I made, wrote them into options and proposals so that they can be part of a future report so that my fellow commissioners can review them, think about them, and so that we can have a robust discussion when we convene. I think there's a lot of really important material that we've gotten today that we need to incorporate into our various proposals that we're considering. And I think unless it's written down ahead of a meeting so that it's part of the agenda, it's hard to have a substantive discussion about it on the fly. So that's how I personally intend to proceed. But I want to thank you and the staff for setting this up because I think it's been very, very productive.
Commissioner Chu?
Thank you, Chair Lee. I would also like to ask staff as a way of proceeding to explore specifically the Form 990EZ that Commissioner Bush had mentioned, as well as looking at the models or the construct in Los Angeles, whether or not that could be of some value and benefit for our consideration at the next meeting, and also to urge staff to continue with the meet and confer process and to elicit different viewpoints and to reflect that in the materials that we discuss in March. So to better understand, and I would concur with Commissioner Finlab that the feedback and dialogue that we had today was really valuable. Oh, and lastly, I would also like to direct staff to consider the feedback from Common Cause about the restricted source liability as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Bush, your hands up?
Yes, it was. Thank you very much. I appreciate the chance to talk yet more. I'd like to make a motion that the Ethics Commission appreciates the feedback that it has received and it appreciates the reports that have been put out by the controller and looks forward to additional reports from the controller, since they've said that they have another one coming out shortly, as well as additional opportunities to meet and confer on these issues with a broad range of those who are affected by it or who believe their lives are affected by it. That we anticipate that we will at some point have something ready to go on the ballot for the voters to decide. It may not be the March ballot or the June ballot, but it will be soon because we recognize the imperative of action. That's my motion. Sort of a grab bag motion, but there you are.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Bush. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Chu. I just want to ask the staff, in addition to all the suggestions, I'd like to suggest that you put on a second FAQ, just like you did before, to answer all the specific concerns that was raised today. by the callers and the commenters. Do we have any discussions on the motion that was already seconded?
Well, this may be weird, but I wonder whether we have any Brown Act concerns to have a on-the-spot motion. There's nothing real substantive about specific action, so maybe it doesn't. I just want to make sure we're not proceeding in a way that's problematic.
Isn't this agenda item number 3 that was agendized as discussion and possible action?
Is it? I didn't.
Possible action related. So this is sort of related to what we've been discussing. So I'll ask Deputy City Attorney Shen for your opinion.
Yes, I think we could, Chair Lee, thank you very much. Yes, I think we can take a motion on this item, but perhaps it'd be helpful for the commission and the public if Commissioner Bush just briefly restated his motion.
Yes, please.
There were a lot of moving pieces, so maybe it'd be good to do a brief summary. Thank you.
Oh, how dare you.
Sorry, Commissioner Bush, my apologies.
My motion is that we express our appreciation to the participants in today's meetings, to the controller for the work that has gone into examining corruption issues and which we can expect to continue, that our action relies on continued discussions with our partners. And while we are not expected to make a motion on the June ballot, we are hopeful that in a near ballot, we will have something to present to the voters.
Okay. If there's no other questions, Attorney Shen, do we need to go back to public comment? No.
No, we don't need to take any further public comment on this item. So we can go ahead and
Thank
do a
you.
roll
So
call.
Okay, thank you. So let's take a roll call, please.
A motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Finlev.
Aye.
Chair Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Romano.
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Now we are on agenda item number 5, which is additional opportunity for public comment on matters not appearing on the agenda pursuant to Ethics Commission's bylaws, Article 7, Section 2. If any members of the public intend to offer public comment to this item, they should dial in now and enter *3 to be added to the public comment queue. Moderator, do we have any callers?
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you just joined this meeting, we are currently on agenda item 5, additional opportunities for public comment not appearing on the agenda pursuant to Ethics Commission bylaws, Article 7, Section 2. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. We have 1 caller in the queue. Welcome, caller. Your 5 minutes begins now. 3 minutes begins now, I'm sorry. Caller, are you there? Okay, his hand is gone. Madam Chair, there's no further callers in the queue.
Okay, public comment is closed. Now, agenda item number 6, which is adjournment. Do we need a motion to adjourn? I don't think so, right?
You just move away, I think.
Yeah, it was determined a while ago that you needed to have a motion.
No motion is required, Chair Lee.
By a rising motion.
My apologies. Okay.
Rising motion.
Okay, moved, seconded. No need
Thanks,
for a roll
everyone.
call. Okay, thank you, everybody, and we thank the public for your patience, and let's move on forward. Thanks again and have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you all. Thank you,
Bye,
Vaughn.
everyone.
Thank you, Leanne and staff. Thank you.
Yes.